Hello, everyone. I'm so excited. This is the first day that we get to start solving the caterpillar. Let's go. But before we can do that, we need to finish the caterpillar. Yes, that is right. It is my shame, my deep shame, that I gave up and did not finish setting my part when I first started setting it. So what we're going to do is we're going to finish setting that quickly, and then we're going to jump right into the caterpillar. What is the caterpillar? It is what is on your screen right now. Which, oh, that's weird. Ah, right, because I changed something on one screen, but not on this screen. There we go, much better. It is what you see on your screen right now. It is a bunch of linked Sudoku puzzles, 6x6 Sudoku puzzles, which are linked by the corner digits. And we have set most of these puzzles, well, actually, probably about half the puzzles, on stream. Let's go. This is awesome. Can't wait. Hello, Yoshi. Hello, Akash. Lots of people getting in here. All right, so we're going to start out with this one, and we're going to figure out how to fix this because our lovely friend, who was it? M Nasty, pointed out that that there was a way to draw a line here that included 5 ones, and therefore there was a way to include 4 ones without including this one. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to make it so that this includes 5 ones. Now I'm going to put these rules in the chat for you guys so you know what is happening when I am setting this. Now there are too many words here, so we're going to have to break this into 2. I will pin the first one so you sort of know what's going on, and you can hopefully find the second half where someone can let you know what's going on. Basically, the idea is that we need to draw these lines. This was my initial attempt at these lines, and we only have the numbers between them. The solver has to draw the lines themselves. And essentially, we need to repeat digits along these lines, but the lines must sum to this total. So in these 2 cells from the givens that we had, we have 1 and 5, which is kind of cute with 15 now. 1 and 5, so then we need to find 2 more, or another 1 and another 5, which is going to give us 12. And to get to 14, which we had before, we would need another 2 ones, because we can't just have 1, 2, because digits must repeat themselves. But now that we have 15, we actually can't include a single 3, and we can't include 2 2s, so we need to include a few 1s. Let me get this light on. I forgot to turn on my light. There we go. I look better now, or my face is more lit. All right, let's get into this. So by 15, we need 3 different lines. So we're going to delete all the lines that we have in the grid. These digits in the corner, they are yes, but they can repeat more than once, Demano. So you can have 5 ones, right? Yeah, 5 ones and 2 5s. They just cannot appear once. They must be at least twice on the line. Yes, this line is not complete yet. That is true. So we need to redraw this line. This is our previous puzzle. I'm going to not delete these corners. Yes, no worries, Demano. So this is our previous puzzle. We're not going to delete these yet because I'm not sure if I want to keep them or not. I will probably not use this 20, but we'll see. I like the 14 still. I think I will keep the 14 for sure, because then we're going to be blocking this thing. So the only way that we can get 5 ones is by utilizing the idea that MNasty had suggested, which is doing this shape and then coming through here to get into one of these two. Now it could do this, or it could do that. It can't come over here because, let's just fill these in. So we need 2 5s and 5 1s. So the only place we're going to get our extra 5 is here because we need to use it to get below this row. Because this row already has a 1. We're using the first 3 1s in the first 3. Oh my god, okay. If you take 2 cells in box, that's another non-1. Yes, so we'll have another non-1 in here, which is the 5, and then we need our last 1 in here. So we are basically taking the first 5 rows of 1s, and we can only get to the 5th row by using a 5 in one of the rows, or 2 of the rows, I suppose. So we are going to have to use a 5 here, and then one of these. Actually, we don't have the 5 there yet, because we could do this. That is possible still with a 5 1 1. So we know that this line does come into one of these 2 cells and does come into one of these 2 cells and one of these 2 cells, but we don't know how it does that. So we know that there are 5s in one of these 2 cells. We know one of these 2 cells is a 1. This one couldn't be because there's already a 1 in the column. There's no way to shift this one over somehow. And because the line has to be continuous and not branch, we can't come down like that. This one needs to go that way. And then one of these 2 cells also has to be a 1. This one can't be because there's already a 1 up there. All right, so we're keeping the 14. Well, we're keeping the clue. We're not necessarily keeping the value. Let's look at this 14 again and think about the value. So the reason why we put this 14 in here was because we have these 2 5s looking in, which places a 5 on the line. And 5 plus 5 gives you 10. So we need at least 2 times another digit to get to 14. Well, 2 times the only other digit that's available to get to 14 would be 2, because we don't have enough 1s. We only have 1 1 left, so we can never put another 1 on a line. So we're going to have to do 2 and 5 here, but we could also change it to be like 5 and 3. I mean, no, that's not true, because if it was 16, that could be done with 2 5s and 3 2s. So we need to be a little bit careful about our choice here. And then the other option might be is like 19. Could be 2 and 3. 14 or are you talking about 16? No, because it definitely has a 5 on it, Demano, because the 5s in these cells push it onto the line. So it needs to be 5 5 something, and the only thing then it could be would be 5 5 2 2. So we're starting with the 5 5, and then we're considering what else it could have. It could have 3 5s because there is a 5 available in this box and a 5 available in this box. We can't take this 5 or this 5, and this 5 is up here. We should maybe pencil mark these. But let's stick with 14 for now, and we might change it if we're having some issues. So I think maybe I want to experiment a little bit with that. I don't know. Because I was having a few issues with this 14. Maybe let's make a copy of this, of where we're at right now, and then I'm going to delete these 2 clues and try with like, I feel like we tried to do Yeah, so 19 is not going to work because we can't get to the third 3 very easily. I wonder about... I wish somehow we could force 16 to only be triple 2, 5, 5, because if we could force that, then we would know... I think we would know it does that. Because it needs to get to 2 2s. Oh, wait. Oh, only because of these only because we know that this has to be a 2. Well, I probably couldn't do that. I guess if there was a 5 in here and we had a 2 over here, we could do something like that. So maybe that's not the best choice of number there. Maybe we can't possibly do 4 2s, no. No, because we can't get into the box above. So what about 2 2s, 2 3s? What's that? That's 14 plus 6 is 20. 20's got to have some more options than that. Yeah, even 4 5s is not possible, but interesting at least. Let's stick with 14 for now. Let's stick with 14 for now. And let's fill in the 5 and the 2. And then I did like a clue either here or here. We can't put one here because we need to force the 2 to be in this cell. Can't put a clue here because this is a 4-5 pair. Let's actually pencil mark these. This is 2 3 6, 1 3 6, 3 6, 4 3 6. So we can't put a clue here. Yeah, we're fixing a broken puzzle. No, we're not sending the 188th. We're sending the 63rd. I think the 63rd puzzle. It needs to connect the head to the tail, which we broke it before, so we're trying to remedy our brokenness. That is, that was so depressing. We're trying to remedy our brokenness. Let's try this. Because this could be quad 2, 2 5s, and 4 1s, which it can't be. The 5s don't work anymore. The 5s and the 2s don't work anymore. 5 and single 4 won't work. So I think it has to be 3 3 4 4. Because you don't have enough 5s to make 10. And how else do you make 10? I mean, 6 and 4, but then you have to have another 6, which gives you too much. So you have to make 10 by making 3 3 4. And since you use 1 4, you have to use another 4. We can't use 3 3 2 2 2 2 2 because we don't have 2s, right? To get that many 2s, you can place one in row. No, you can't use this. This is oh no, we can. We can. Thank you, Demano. Yes, because of this pencil mark. The middle cell is just to remind me that that's the digit that we need. But of course, we do have pointing ones here, which I was ignoring for some odd reason. Okay, so that is useful. Thank you. Don't know why it was. Okay, so now we know that the rule set. There's one of the messages of the rule set is pinned, but the other one is just below that. If you just scroll up a little bit in chat, you should. I don't know. Can you scroll up in chat if you just got to the stream? Maybe I'll resend the second half. There's the second half. Basically, digits must repeat. they can't only appear once on the line. You have to draw your own lines through these values, and the line has to sum to the value given. So there's some interesting things at play when you mix those things up. So this 14 here, so the 2 can't go on the 14, the 6 can't go on the 14, so that is a 3, which gives us all this. This 2, if this doesn't come to this 2, then the 2 doesn't belong, or there's no 2 on this line then, because the only 5 we could get to is here, and there's no way we could get through this barrier without taking this 2. So that 2 does belong to the line. We either take the 5 over here or a 5 over here. This 3 needs to join with the 4. So that's a 4, that's a 5, that's a 4. And it could take that 4. How is this ever going to get another 3, though? Yeah, this is never going to get another 3 if we know that the 3 is there. It would be ideal if they only required one way to draw them, but I'm not, like, that picky about it. Okay, so what is this line going to do at the end of the puzzle? Can it go over here ever? Like, not from the solver's perspective, but from our perspective, knowing that this has to be a 1. If we want to get to this cell, we have to do, I think, we have to do this. So knowing that this is the case, how do we do the rest of the puzzle? Because this takes up a lot of space. I wonder if maybe allowing the lines to intersect but not overlap. Yeah, exactly, Naverio, exactly. Align row 6, column 4, 4 and 5 would be super powerful because it would force 3 digits to repeat on it. That is 4 and 5. This would be 5 and 6. Would force 3 digits to repeat on it. Oh, you said 5. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the 2 can repeat on it, though, because, I mean, maybe it can, because if we come through here, right, we could pick up like a 4 or something, and then come up here, and then one more would give us a 2. And then over here, maybe? So, like, what about, what's 4 plus 4 plus 2 plus 2 plus 6 plus 6 is 12 plus 12 is 24. Is there other ways to make 24 easily? Let's delete this, sorry. Let me do what I did last time, which is draw some lines in a different color, maybe a thin color, a really thin color, to show us what the line has to be at the end of the puzzle. And we also know, I think, that this line has to come to here. And I don't know about what else it does, but pretty sure it has to go in there. 24, yeah. So is there another way? So let's just think about the line itself. It needs to get to 24. Is it possible that it comes like that? 4 different digits to repeat? I mean, I guess it could do that. Is that possible? These 2 digits would have to be here, and these 2 digits would have to be here. That might be possible. If this line was drawn differently, this could come through here. Not involving 1, that's true. I don't think, yeah, that's not going to work because 3 plus 9 times, well, 9 times 2 is 18. Oh, sorry, that's 3 digits. I don't know. That's 3 digits. 9 plus 5. Yeah, that's too much. That's too much. 14 times 2 is too much. That's 28. So we need to do 12 times 2, which is maximum 3 digits repeating. So we need to either come here or come here. We can't come to here because then... Oh, wait, actually, we could maybe come to there if we did... No, that's not going to work. Yeah, this line has to take one of these 2 cells and one of these 2 cells, and it needs to be diagonal. So this can never come to here because it can never escape. So this line either comes to here, or I suppose maybe here, but that would force it to have 4 digits, right? Oh, it could come up there and do that maybe, because those would repeat. No, but then this one is trapped. Yeah, okay, so then I feel like this one can never come into this box because either it makes 4 repeated digits or it blocks off this completely. So yeah, it does seem very difficult to set with for sure. I did not realize how difficult it would be to set with because I had lots of ideas before, but it seems very tricky and I was quite upset when it didn't work the first time. Okay, so let's see here. So if it comes up here, either to this cell or this cell, it needs to take at least 3 cells in this area here. I don't think it can ever take this cell. Yeah, so it can never take this cell or... Okay. It can never take these 2 cells because these 2 cells are either belonging to this line, or if it took them, then it would cut this line off, no matter how I draw this line. So then the question is, well, if I come up here, then we know that this line does that. So then this would have to come up there. So the only other option is coming up here and doing that, or coming up here and doing that or that. Okay, that's a lot of options. So what is the decomposition of 24 anyway? If you had 24 with 4 digits would break, so would it not turn into 2 segments that add to 12? Both segments would need a 1, but 5 of the ones are used up with 15. No, 12 does not need a 1. So, oh, you mean if it was 4 digits? Yes, of course, that is true. We said that before. So then we're trying to figure out how this moves once it... We know that it escapes this box right after it takes either this cell or this cell, but we don't know how it moves afterwards. I guess maybe we should focus on the digits themselves on the line, because I'm pretty sure since we can't take either of these 2 cells, and we can only take one of these 2 cells, we have a maximum of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells. So, and we can't use any ones. So let's think about if we used 3 2s, will we ever get there? 3 2s is 6. 6 plus... Well, 6 minus 24 is 18. Can we make 18 somehow? I mean, 2 5s and 2 4s, but we don't have enough 5s in the puzzle to do that because there's a 5 up here. What about like 4 3s? Yeah, that could maybe work. We do have a lot of 3s floating around here, but you know, if it could do that and then come up here, That's actually something I didn't think about. Okay, maybe we do something else first and then we think about this 24 clue. But I'm not sure, like this is getting very crowded, and I'm not sure how we could you have row 5, column 3 on the other line forced. Do we though? Because this could go down and over, couldn't it? Or am I missing something? Like I know that it has to take this because of, well, it will take that eventually, but I don't know if it's forced to take that, you know? Or is it forced because 24 needs a 2? You can't, I don't think you can do 24 without 2s, right? Or can you? Well, not if there's 3 digits on it. If there's 3 digits and you don't use a 2, then it's 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, which is fine, except that we don't have 2 5s available. Hey, Casey, how's it going? So, if we can't get 2 5s, then we need a 2 on it. But could that 2 go here, maybe? Pretty good. Just trying to get this puzzle to work. Um, if that 2 goes here, I don't know. Still seems possible. I'm starting to doubt this 14 clue, and maybe it's not the best clue. Maybe we could change it to be like row 4, row 6, column. Yeah, I think we already determined that. So whichever digits go wherever, the line must go to row 5, column 4. I don't know if that's true, because it could go up here, because we don't know this red line yet. That's not necessarily true. We could draw something like this, and then have this do that. I mean, we could add a given line segment to the puzzle. That's not the worst idea ever. Because that would force this to go up here. Oh, that's not given. And then, well, this would force this to do this. If we, sorry, if we, let me, let's say this red is a given line segment right here. Let's just delete that for now. Let's just say that's a given line segment that will give the solver, and we'll think about that for a little bit. And if that works out, then maybe that's a good idea. So now we know, now we know that these 3 must contain a 2, because we just said that it must, right? Because if it didn't, then it would be too high. So then we have this. So then this is actually the case. So what we were thinking about before was just not very concrete. So we didn't quite know if it was the case, but we actually did know it was the case, if that went up there. Now, unfortunately, this could go either way, it seems. So I don't know if... Oh, yeah, that's true. That didn't include... Yeah, those didn't see that cell. I don't know what I'm talking about. We could... We could solve all our problems by just giving two line segments and allowing... and then just forcing, you know, this configuration sort of thing. I don't know. I just feel like I want to finish this puzzle before it gets out of control. Because we're already like a half hour in. So maybe we'll just stick with the theme of adding line segments and hopefully this works out. Oh, we can place these 1s and the 5. Don't want to give all that, just the one thing. Can't be the 2, 4 for sure. In row 6, column 3. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but sure. Okay, so then these two cells, well, that can't be a 1. We already knew that. I think I undid that for some reason. These are 4, 3, and 6. These are 2, 3, and 6. I don't, the new red line can't be 2, 4. Oh, can't belong to the 24? No. The 24 never comes to here. Because if it did come to there, then it would be forced to either do that, which would cut off the 14 line, or it would be forced to take a 4th cell either in the box or in the row, and we know that it can't take 4 different digits. So are we absolutely sure there is no 3 on the 24 line? Is that an absolute certainty that we know? If we had 2 3s, that would be, well, we know we have a 2. So if we had 2 2s, 2 3s, then that would be 6 plus 4 is 10. So we would need another 14 using either only 2s or 3s or 2 times something. Why not go... Why not going into the box 3 or 4? If the 24 line took this cell, row 6, column 4, then it couldn't get into these two. It couldn't get up there. It would just break. Oh, you mean going up here? Oh yeah, didn't we say that was an option? I think I have a better solution to this. So let's go back here. Let's make sure we use that 1 that we had. And then I think new lines. Make these like dark blue or something. I think if I add a given line, oh, I don't want the corners. If I add a given line, here, that's a good one. That's a good one to add. If I add a given line there, it can't belong to this one. It can't belong to this one. So it has to belong to the 24. There's no way we're adding any more lines. So then this 24 has to come up here. And then we know that the 15 does this. We would know that a long time ago. These have to be 1s. That can't be a 5. We wouldn't quite know what this does, but then we would know that this has to pick up more cells. This isn't quite working out how I expected. I thought this would be slightly better than what it is right now. Okay, I guess we go back to the question, do we know that 3 is not on this line? And then I guess the other question we could ask is, do we know that 4 is on this line? I guess we know that 5 isn't on the line, right? So is it possible that 3 is on the line? Well, if 3 is on the line, then again, we're back to this. We have 10, right? And we need to get to 24. We need 14 more. Well, 14 would be... We could definitely pick up another... Should we pick up another 2 2s? No, we can't pick up another 2 2s. So... 14 is a very familiar number, you know? 14... we have to do with either 5s or that bunch of 3s and bunch of 2s. So I think we just can't do the 3s, right? Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be 2 lots of 12. But yeah, I do see a reasoning there. So then, yeah, and triple 2 won't work. I guess we could have a whole bunch more 3s as well with that. But yeah, triple 2 won't work. So then we only have 2 2s available. That's another way. That's another good way to think about it. We only have 2 2s available. So then we have 4. We need to make 20. The only way to make 20 then is 2 4s and 2 6s. Or 4 3s and 2 4s. And we can't do 4 3s, right? 1 3, 2 3. Oh my god, maybe we can do 4 3s. Can we actually do 4 3s? Maybe? This does that. Could have 3 here. No, that doesn't work because that rules out 3s from here. We can't, there's not enough columns actually is the problem. Right? Or the problem is that we can't use the 3 in this column. And there's 1 3 over here that doesn't work. So in this area, there's actually only 3 3s that we can use. There's another 3 over here and these 3s which we can't use. So we can only get to 3 3s, so we can't do quad 3. So therefore, no 3 on the line. Whew. Okay, that is a tricky deduction. But I think that makes sense. So then these 3 are 4, 2, and 6. That can't be a 2. We do need another 2. That 2 can't be here. It can't be over here. It can't be in this box. It can't be in this box because that 2 belongs to this 14. So the 2 that belongs to this line is right here. And this line somehow comes here. I guess it could come like that. But this definitely belongs to the line. This is a 4-6 pair somehow. So this is a 2. This is a 3. Oh, because this too, right? Oh, okay, so then there's no 3s in here. Wait, how is that a 4-6 pair? Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it now. Now this gives us a 5, which is broken there for... It's broken. Okay, what about that line? That line does not force this to be the way... It is not the way, but the 3 argument still holds. So this is a hello Jobo. We're struggling. Why did I pick the worst rule set to set with? This is all true. This is true. There's a 3 down here. Now the 2 that this line gets has to be Yeah, I don't know. It seems ridiculous. To a partial solution for sure. I don't know why I picked this. The two that this gets has to be up here, but it can't be here or here because we know that the line never takes those. So the two that we get is here. So we need to be very careful that this is a 3 in the end of the at the end of the day. Is that even possible? It is apparently true, weirdly. That's a 5, that's a 1. Yeah, I guess this would... Can we draw this line? Yes, in 2 different ways. Shoot. 2 different ways? Are you freaking kidding me? Kidding me. Is there 2 ways to finish it? Yeah, okay. So maybe we just have to put up with that. We can put in the rules that there isn't a unique way to draw the lines. Or we could just give more given lines. I don't know. This is so annoying. This is so annoying. Hmm. Or, oh, okay, I guess we could add cells that have to be on the line somehow, right? We could, like, color these 2 cells, right? Then we still have this deduction. Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you, Bookworm. Thank you for saving me. Yeah, okay, so then we know that this line comes here somehow. We know that this line is 1, 1 in this way. I'm now just trying to rush through this so we can actually just finish. And we know that this is a 4, 6. This is a 3. This is also a 4, 6. That is a 2, apparently? No. This is a 2. So this is a 2. So this is a 2. So this line comes to here. Now how are these 4, 6s getting resolved? What is happening? Am I stupid? I don't see it. No! No, 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 no. What the heck? A finned swordfish? What? Are you kidding me? Seriously? Oh, sorry, you can't see the solver. I clicked check or 1 step on the solver and it says finned X-wing on 6s in rows 5 and 4. No, what? Why do you do this to me? Ah, this is horrible. Can we color it? Let's try coloring it. This is... Okay, so then this is that. This is that. Oh, okay, I think we can color it because now we know that that is that, right? So, can we color it? Row 6, column 3. Ah, row 6, column 3 sees both colors. Therefore, it has to be a 3, and that removes the finned swordfish. Okay, sweet. We don't need to use the finned swordfish. We are all set. Oh, oh. Okay. That was terrifying. Okay, let me double check. This is not the correct solution. No, it's not the correct solution. The 6 and the 2 are the wrong way. What a bad joke. Someone is playing a horrible joke on me. Demono has like done this puzzle already with the 24 and he realizes that it just never works and he suggested it for that reason. I think that's probably what's happening, right, Demono? I seriously doubt it. Oh my god, what is happening? So I guess the question is, a good question to ask, is there a line that we can draw with this 24 that does work out? So let's do the 2, 6, 1, 3, and let's put in the things that we know to be true, and let's look at what the grid looks like. I think that would have been smart to do. No, okay, so when we do this, we see that the 2 goes over here. So no matter what we do, the 2 will never be in the right place. Okay, well, furiously clicking. It's like the 24 is right where my camera is, so oh, there we go. That's helpful that I can now see this 24. I don't know why we didn't do that earlier. Why did I not do that earlier? Can someone double check that Playmakers is not somehow unique with the 2 and the 6 reversed? Like, just double check that for me, please. I was playing a bit around with this, and I think this is unique, where this is 4, 3 or something. Let me just double check this. So if this is 4, 3, 5, 1, 6, 3, that's a 4, 6. This line has to come here. This line needs another 3. So it needs to come up here. And then this one has to take some of these digits. So one of these takes that cell and one of them takes the other cell. Right now we have 1, 4, 3 here. We have 6, 5, 2 here. So what is the pencil mark look like? Obviously there's a 3, 4 here, but this couldn't do that. So this has to be a 4 or 6, which places the 5 here. And then you don't know if it's 1 this way or 1 this way. But you do get all that, which then means that one of these two has to be the 3. If this was, yeah, if the ones went this way, then you wouldn't have enough cells over here for both lines, so the ones have to go this way. So then we get this line, and this line, and this line. Okay, let's just leave it at that. I came across this while I was just playing, and I was kind of like, I don't really like the 3. I think the 14 is interesting. Let's try it with some other clues. Or I think the 15 is interesting. Let's try it with some other clues, but we didn't quite figure out something, so let's just leave it at that. That's already in the grid. That was my temporary solution in case that was going to take too long, and we've been 45 minutes. We're way over time. So let's go ahead and start solving the caterpillar. I will ping again. For reals, solving now. Okay. So this is what the... That is... What? I swear I had this centered before. Why you no move? There we go. This is... You were centered before, just please behave yourself. This is what the caterpillar looks like in the solving Sudoku pad screen. And when you zoom with your scroll wheel, it actually does zoom in, and you can drag with right click and drag. And what's amazing is that when I press on one of these puzzles, on the rules, it actually updates with the rules to that puzzle. And then I click another one, it updates to those rules. If I click in between two, it updates to both the rules from both puzzles, or it should. Yes, it does. I just realized that the names are incredibly similar, so that's why I was confused. But we are going to start at number 1. So this is the Caterdokupillar. This is amazing. Thank you, Sven, and thank you, Chameleon, for doing this for us. Benny is very upset that I'm solving without him. Benny, you can come in here and hang out and solve with us. I don't know why he doesn't think that he can. He totally can. All right, so we are starting with the Asylum, Face of Eternity. Normal 6x6 rules apply. Place the digits... Oh, I guess we should read through the starting rules. In the Caterdokupillar, we are starting at the top left, and as each 6x6 puzzle is completed, the 4 digits will automatically carry over as givens for the next puzzle. Read the rules carefully for each puzzle, as it may contain variants. Okay. Absolutely get some popcorn. Let's go. Place the digits 1 to 6 exactly once in every row, column, and 2x3 box. Normal Japanese sum rules apply. Colors used in this puzzle are green, red, black, yellow. For best results, remove all unshaded marking once you have done the puzzle. So what are Japanese sums? Japanese sums are these squares outside the grid, and they indicate the order of the runs of contiguous cells that must be shaded the color of the clues. So for example, this 4 could be 2 cells that are next to each other, lagging a tiny bit, but that's okay, that sum to 4. So they could be a 1, 3, for example. Or it could just be a single shaded cell that's a 4. But it can't have an unshaded cell between it because it's a contiguous run of cells. There must be at least one color between, or one unshaded cell between runs of the same color. But that is not required for runs of different colors. So what that's saying is that we have this yellow 8 over here. And we could put that yellow 8 in 2 cells immediately after the 4. I don't think there are no clues in the grid that have 2 colors in a row, so I guess that rule is kind of redundant about the unshaded cells, but that's okay. All shaded runs are given, which means that we couldn't have a green cell here and then a black cell over here, because there's no black clue up here and there's no black clue in this row. So it's not clued, so it's not in the row. Black being the color black, not being unshaded or anything. All right, let's restart here, and let's start the timer, and let's get going. All right, so we have this 4 clue here and a 4 clue up here. That seems probably what's going to happen is just going to be a 4. We have a 1 black and a 1 black in these two. So 1, of course, we can only make in 1 cell. there were no classics, Ambrose, but we did have two different what do they call pencil mark Sudokus. So they were as close to classics as you probably could get, or I guess you could get closer to a classic, but we didn't have one. But this first one is too soon because then we would have to have a 3-sum, a 6-sum, and a 7-sum before that one black. So this cell right here will have to be that black one. I'm lagging a lot more than I was when I was solving this without the stream. So I wonder if that is because I am streaming or something that has been changed. And after this one clue, we need a 4 green sum. We only have one cell to do that, so that is going to be a 4. Above the 1, we have a 6 green, which has to be a single 6, which is green. And that's probably this 6 in the row. The 7 clue in this row can't be made with 3 cells anymore because it can't include a 1. If it's one cell, it can't exist because there's no 7 in 6x6 Sudoku. And the Caterdokupillar will be available to everyone very soon once we have all the kinks ironed out by Sven and Chameleon and others. We are standardizing everything. This is a showcase and a bit of a guinea pig test, really, to see if there's anything that really needs to be changed. And I can already see that it's lagging a little bit more than I expected it to, so maybe that needs to be changed. But this 7 has to be 2 cells because it can't be 3 or 1, and therefore it must be 2 cells summing to 7. It can't be 1, 6, it can't be 3, 4, because those 1 and 4 are in the row, so it needs to be 2 and 5, and this 2 and 5 red tell us the order. So 2 and 5 go in. And then in the row, we need a 3 and a 6 to be clued by these 3 and 6 clues. So let's put those in. We need a 4 above this 6, so we're going to put that in as well. Switching between the colors and the digits is not exactly the fastest thing in the world, so I'm going to try and fill in some digits first and then switch over to the colors. So we have a bunch of clues in this column. We actually have 6 clues, so we actually just know the contents of the column. It needs to be 2, 3, 1, 5. The same thing is true of this column, column 5. We know the contents because there are 6 clues, and all the clues are given. It's not like a fake clue or something. That would be a good variant. Fake clue JSS, has anyone done that? This 4 is in a 5-sum and needs a 1 with it, but the 1 can't go above, so the 1 has to be below it. Let's go back through and color some of these before I forget my coloring. 2 and the 3 are red. 3 and the 4 are yellow. This is really lagging. The 1 and the 5 are black. And we know that our black cell is connected. There's only one black set of digits, so then therefore these need to be the green sums. And we know what we can fill in these. We need a 2 in the first green sum. We need a 6 in the second green sum. And in between, you need 3 and 4, which is not determined, so I won't put them in yet. We need a 5 before this 2, so that is given. And between the 2 green segments, we need a sum of 6. We already have the 2 and the 8, so we need a sum of 6, which can only be a single 6, which matches the row clue there. We also need a 5 red in this row, so we'll put that in, which matches the column clue there. Now, in the column here, we need 2 cells that sum to 5 because we couldn't have this 1 cell summing to 5. There are no black clues in row 4, so we need to have a black below this. Wrong column 1. Looks right to me. I don't know. Maybe you're saying something else? I'm not sure. Oh, did I say column 1 when I to say column 6? That must be it. Sorry, Rocket Zero. So this needs to be either 2, 3, or 1, 4, and there's a 2 in the box. So therefore it must be 1, 4, and we know the order from the 1 in row 5. So that's 4 and 1, which goes in. The row and column labels are very helpful. So if I had those, I probably wouldn't have said that mistake, probably, right? Right? We can all dream, right? This is a 3 and a 4, which add to... No, that's not true. The row has to add to 7, not the column. So this is 3 and 6, which add to 9, and 6 and 1, which add to 7. And the 3 was given from the row. So we can fill in some... Oh, that is not true. This is a 4. This is a 1. This is a 3. That is a 2. We need 3 and 4 in here, which we can fill in. 4 and 3 go in. We need a 2 in this row, which goes there. The 1 goes here. 4 and 6. No, the other way around. Not 4. What? Why 4 and 6? What? Oh, there's... Why did this 4 not light up? That's weird. That should be a 5. And that should be a 4 and a 6. I see that you are yelling at me already. So let's go ahead and... Geez, I could do this a lot faster if this program was loaded. So these are red. These are green, sorry. These are red. I was getting ahead of myself. And look what we have. We have the most beautiful face of a beautiful looking caterpillar. Oh wait, we actually do need one more green, I think. Clark, what are you doing? Being bad? Yeah? Clark had to go to the vet yesterday. In the middle of the night. Well, not in the middle of the night, but very early. Not very early. Very late in the night. Yeah, his tummy wasn't feeling good. Yeah, I know. But I think he's all better now. He ate his food and he seems better. Okay, so now we can move on to the next puzzle. So we can just drag our little grid down here. Oh, that's probably not a good idea, Clarky. Okay, well, that cell is not a 9, I don't think. That could be in the solution. We could add that to the solution if you want, Clark. Okay, so now that we've pressed on the next puzzle, we have the rules to the next puzzle. Woohoo! Let's go, technology. And the next puzzle is Renban lines. Digits on purple lines form a set of non-repeating consecutive digits in any order. So if that one cell there is a 1, then the other two cells have to be 2 and 3 because 1, 2, 3 is the only consecutive set of digits without repeating and without gaps. Or I mean, with a 1. That's what I was trying to say. My brain was losing me. So just a note on the caterpillar parts of this 1 does not fix the order of this 1 and 4. It is not seen. Only the digits within the grid see the digit. So this is only seen by the 2, 3, 5, and 6, which is in its grid. So either the 4 is accompanied by some 5, 6s, which is impossible. A 3 and 5, which is possible. Or a 2 and 3, which is also possible. But 1 could also be 2 and 3. But I think that there always needs to be a 3, right? So on a 3 cell, check progress button does indeed work. Looking good. The 3 on this line, which must exist because we have 3 digits from 1 to 6 that are consecutive, but they are not 4, 5, 6 because that would make this cell impossible. So this cell, or this line must have a 3 on it and it must go right there. Now this could either be a 2 or a 5 depending on whether that is a 1 or a 4. Okay, so every 3-cell Ranban line in a 6x6 either has a 3 or a 4, so we can maybe think about that. What would that tell us then? Not much. That's the answer to that question. Where does 1 go in this? That was not what I meant to do. In this area, where does 1 go? If it goes on the line, then that has to be a 2, which is, unfortunately, very possible. Very possible indeed. Can you want some help? Oh, no, he's good. He's an independent cat. So, oh, but if they're, oh, no. I was thinking 5 was similar to 1, but no, it is not. Well, actually, there's, whatever this digit is, it's not on that line. So if it's, whether it's a 2 or a 5, the 1 or 6 that goes with it is not on the line. And both 1 and 6 are quite restricted in this box. So, that's an interesting thought. Well, I suppose this line in column 1 either has a 1 or a 4 in these 2 cells, because 1 and 4 have to be in those 3 cells somehow, but one of them has to be on the line, and one of them has to be off the line, because you can't have 1 and 4. Yeah, you can help me. You can help me. I'm okay helping. Yeah, don't be quiet. Please talk. Good for the algorithm. Please feel free to give hints if you feel it is necessary and I'm not seeing something easy. So 1 and 4 can't both be on the line because they are more than 3 away. Well, they are 3 away, I suppose. If there was a 1 on the line, it would have to be 1, 2, 3, so it can't have a 4 in there, therefore. Similarly, if it had a 4, it can't have a 1, because it doesn't. I'm great at explaining things, aren't I? So that needs to be a 1 or 4, because there's only one of them on the line. Yes, that is true. The bad 1 or 6 has only 2 spots or 1 spot in box 3. Oh, you know what's interesting is that this 2-5 not only sees this 3-cell Ranban, but it also sees the other 3-cell Ranban, which is what you said, and I ignored you. So it sees this 3-cell Ranban as well. Therefore, neither one of these could have whatever 1 or 6 is related to this 2 or 5. So that means we'll come back to you in a second, Demono. I'm not sure what you're saying, but we're just solving right now. So maybe comment about this in discussion or something, and the volunteers can look into it. So sorry, I've lost my train of thought now. It's already hard. It's already hard. It's not that hard, I don't think. So that means that this cell, either this cell is a 6 or this cell is a 1, I guess. If this is 6, 5, 4, is that hard? Yeah, okay, let's complete this pencil marking, right? So this is 1, 2, 4, 5. Right, so this can never be a 1, because that would rule out 1 from all those cells. row 5, column 2 needs to be 2 or 5, and right, the same thing is true of 4, of course, because then it would row out 4 from all those spots. Which means that this has to be a 1, 4, and then we have this sort of similar relationship between this cell and these cells. So this can't be a 2. If this is a 2, oh, this is hard to show with this thing happening. If this is a 2, there's a 1 in here, right? Which means there is a 1 here, and there's no 2 on here, because this is a 2. So I think this is a 5, and this is a 2. Which means this is a 1, because 1 can't go with 5. And this is a 4, and this Ren band can't have a 5 on it, so it must go... Stop doing that, please. It must go 3, 2, which we know the order of that. Oh. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 2, 3, 4 is possible. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yes, that is true. If this line was 2, 3, 4, that would indeed be correct. I guess I am more tired than I thought. Coloring. Coloring pairs. Do we know... Do we have relationships between cells that we can color? I mean, we can color the 2, 5 and 1, 4, but like it doesn't do that much, right? Oh, does it though? Because okay, so let's think about this. If this, I don't know if I'm making the exact same mistake I was making before. Right, so these 2 cells, I'm just trying to use colors that aren't in the other puzzle. These 2 cells have the same, like, high-lowity. If it's 2, then this is... No, that's not true. That's still not true, is it? No, it's not. How did this puzzle work? We watched it be set. It must work. Must work. I guess this cell and this cell are kind of equally interesting with the Ren bands related to them, right? Oh, this cell's quite interesting, actually. Because that cell can't appear on either of these 2 Ren bands. 2, 5 can't be on both in row 3 in box 3. Okay, so if we think about the value of this cell, right? Is it possible that a 3-cell Ren band does not have a 2 or a 5? Well, no, because then you kind of chopped up your spaghetti. You have the sequence from 1 to 6, but then you've chopped it between 1 and 3 and 4 and 6, and now you only have 2s or 1 segments. So you can't put a 2-5 pair that sees the entirety of it. So I guess these 2 cells we can immediately say are not 2 and 5. They're 1, 3, 4, and 6. Now that's not, you might say, that's not very useful for this cell. I guess that's also true for this cell. 1, 3, 4, 6. I guess that's That's also true for this cell? Yes, that is also true for this cell. 1, 3, 4, 6, because it sees this whole Renban, and if these were both 2 and 5, then oh no, that doesn't see it. I'm sorry. That is on it. That is literally on it. Dude, seriously, what are you doing? Right, Y row 5, column 3. Same reason as row 5, column 1. These two cells, if they were both 2, 5, then they would see this entire Renban. Stop doing that. Stop selecting all the Renbans. Okay, so then we can see that these two cells obviously can't be 1 and 4. Yeah, I was getting there. And then these two cells must therefore be 2 and 5. Cool. Very cool. Progress. Now, weirdly, this line now can't have a 3, which means that it must have a 4, which means this cell can't be 4, and also means that it can't have a 1 on the line. So, or a 2. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so this has to just be 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, the only line that's 3 cells long without a 3 is 4, 5, 6, you dummy. Okay, so I said that in the worst way possible. So we get all this stuff. This is a 3. This is a 6. This is a 1. Could this be any slower? This is a 1. And we did have a 2 there, so thank you for stopping me. Now this can't be 3, 4. So it needs to be 1, 1, 3. 1, 3, not 1, 2. There's already a 2 there. So then this is a 1. This is a 3. This is a 4 because of the 5, of course. And then we get this 4, 3 pair as well, which then gives us a 2 here because of the natural roping. And a 2 here because there needs to be a 2 in box 2. A 4 here for the same reason. 4 here because it needs to be a 4 in row 5. 5 here. 4 here for the column. 5 here. And here. 6s in these two cells. That's 7. And I was about to say 7s in these. Excellent. That is a lovely puzzle, and I think it was a lot easier than I made it. All right, wheels time. Wheels time, boys. Wheels. This is by Crusader175. Crusader has done a few of my puzzles on his YouTube channel, which is in a different language. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is it in Tagalog? Is that how you say that? Indonesian. Okay, okay. Sorry. I was thinking of what is that country? Philippines. The Philippines. I was thinking of the Philippines, but it is in Indonesia. You're right. So it's in Indonesian, or perhaps another word for Indonesian. I'm not well versed in languages, as you can probably tell. Anyways, wheels. Wheels. Digits in gray circles have to be placed in the same circular order in the 4 cells that are touched by the circle. The circle might have to be rotated in the correct position by 90 degrees, 180 degrees, and 270 degrees. Digits are allowed to repeat on wheels as normally allowed by other rules. Okay, so Tagalog. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I said it like Tagalog, which is wrong. Tagalog. Okay, gotcha. So what does that mean? Well, that means that it's kind of like quadruples, like exploded quadruples in a way. So in these 4 cells around here, we have to have the digits 3, 5, and 2. But the step further than quadruples is that they have to be in the order 5, 3, 2 while going around in the same order that they appear. So like it could be rotated so that basically it's showing like this has to be 5, this has to be 3, this has to be 2, but that sequence could be rotated any which way, really. It can't be reflected, but it must be rotated in some way. So this could be the 2, which would then mean that before it we would need a 3 and a 5, or this could be a 6, and then we would need to do 5, 3, 2, but there's a 5 in this row and a 3 in that row. So we actually do need to do the 2, 3, 5. And there's no restriction on the last digit on the wheel. It could be anything. It could even be a 2, 3, or 5. Well, it can't be 2 or it can't be 3 or 5 now, but it could be a 2. That's what it means by saying digits are allowed to repeat on wheels as allowed normally by other rules. That's what it's saying there. That it's not saying there's only the 2 there. There's only 1 2 there. There could be more than 1. So this is 1 2. This is 1 2 3. Okay, so now we can look at this wheel and note that well, the 2 can't be there. Oh, we also have a 3 pencil mark, which is quite interesting. There are 3s in one of these 2 cells. So we can sort of add in our mind another spoke on our wheel. And that spoke on our wheel has to be either in this cell or this cell, which means that the 2 needs to be on the other side. So this is a 2, 3 pair. And since the 2 and the 3 are in this direction, the 4 and the 6 need to be in the other direction when it's rotated. So this has to be a 4, 6 pair, which makes the other 2 cells in that column a 1, 2 pair, but we actually know the order of it because the 2 is in that 2, 3 pair. So now we have right, there's a 2 in column 3, so we actually know that this is a 3, this is a 2, there needs to be a 4 before the 2, and a 6 after it, so we can write those all out. We know that there's no 4 in here, so there needs to be a 4 in here. And therefore there needs to be a 6 orthogonally to it. So where does the 6 go in column 5? Well, it is already distributed in box 2, and it's already distributed in box 6. Therefore, it only can be placed in box 4, and this 6 gives us the position of that 6. Now, the fact that this is a 6 does not tell us that this must be a 4. It could be rotated in a different way, and the 6 could just repeat, which it is actually. And the 6 must go after the 4, so there we go. And we get the other 6 and 4 disambiguated by that. And presumably, the rest of this is resolved. We have a 4 up here, so that gives us a 4 and a 5. We have a 4 up here, so that gives us the 5 and the 4. Very, very smooth, yes indeed. What else can we do here? There's a 1, 5 here. There's a 6 and a 3 here, which we can resolve via this 6. This 3 and 6 go in. Now we can look across. The 3 looks across, and this 3 looks down, placing the 3 here. which then places the 3 in column 5. This now in column 4 is a 1-2 pair, but it's resolved by this 2. So that's a 2, and that's a 1. Placing 1 and 5 in here. And the 5 and the 2 get placed in here. We'll get the 1 there, 1 and 2 go in. Excellent work. Excellent work, Crusader. Wonderful puzzle. Wonderful from Asylum and Tallcat as well. Sorry if I didn't say that. Okay. Very nice. Very smooth. Now we have Agent's puzzle. Agent is using normal arrows. A digit on an arrow is equal to the sum of the digits on the attached arrow. Digits are allowed to repeat along arrows as normally allowed by other rules. So essentially, sorry about that. These two cells, if they were a 1-4, I tried to press 1-4, but I pressed 1-3, then they would add up to 4. So the digits along the arrow, in whatever order, add up to the digit in the circle. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Need to be careful about undoing too many times, because we also have other puzzles in this grid. So I think I actually might have undid the last digit there. Nope, I didn't. Woohoo! Didn't mess up. Okay, 1 and 5 here. Okay, so what can we tell here? We can tell that we need to put 3, 4, 1, and 5 in here. That feels very difficult because 1 is never going to go on one of these arrows, and both 3 and 4 cannot go together. Let me show you why. So if this was a 3-4 pair, then 3 and 4, there's only one way to make each of those. It's either 1-2 for 3 or 1-3 for 4, unless you could repeat digits, in which case you could do 2-2 for 4, but we can't do that here. So that light is hurting my eyes. Right, so there's 1s on both of these. So if we had 3-4 here, then we would know there's a 1 in here, which would then mean that the 1 on this arrow has to be in column 4, but we know that there's no 1 in column 4. So we actually can say right away that, trying to undo, but it's being quite slow, that only one of these two cells could be a 3-4, and we know neither of them could be a 1. Therefore, we must have a 5 in one of them. So this must be a 5, and this must be a 1. And similar to the 3-4, having 1s on it, we cannot have the 5 and a 3-4 both with a 1 on it. So whatever the 5 arrow is, it has to be 2-3. 2-3, okay. So we have 5, 3, or 4. One of these arrows is 1 something, the other one is 2-3, and then the 1 goes with either a 2 or a 3. So we know all of those things. We can write in 1, 2, and 6 up here. And what else? Well, we know that's a 1, 2, 3 triple now, so this is a 4, 5, 6 triple. If I can select, I cannot. You won't let me. 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this arrow is also a 4, 5, 6, which gives us a 4, 5, 6 triple in the column, which then eliminates 4 and 5 from here, which then places a 3 in here, which is very cute. That gives us a 1 and a 2. This has to be a 5 arrow because it can no longer be a 4 arrow. Now it needs to be a 3 and a 2 in that order exactly. This is now a 4. And what else do we get? We get probably something. Guess we can clean up our pencil marks, although it is very painful to do so. In this column, we need 1, 6, and 4. That's not very useful. So maybe we'll turn our attention to this arrow, which couldn't be a 3 arrow because there's already a 1 and 2 in this column. Couldn't be a 4 arrow because it sees a 4. So it's either a 5 or 6 arrow, which means that this cell sees both 5 and 6, which means it must be a 4. Now, where does 1 go in the row? It goes here. Where does 3 go in the row? It goes here. 4, 5, and 6 are also in this row, and the 4 is now, in this box at least, placed here. So this is a 5, 6 pair. Now down here we have a 1, 3 pair, which means that these two cells, yes, Sun and Moon was Math Pesto, you're right. These two cells can't be 2, 3. They can't be 1, 4. So they need to be 2, 4 adding to 6. Very cute. Very cute puzzle that will finish itself off neatly, I am sure. The 2 and the 4 are, of course, placed therefore. And that places a 6 here, which then resolves all of this nonsense. That's a 3, which resolves that 1, 3 pair very nicely. Ah. See how slow it is? I don't know why it's being so slow on, like, while I'm streaming. It doesn't seem like that would very much impact anything, but very nice puzzle from Agent. Lovely, lovely use of arrows. Now we have slightly different arrows. Metamorpho Snipe by Philip Newman. Select 6 digits from 1 to 9. Place them exactly once each in every row, column, and 2x3 box. And then we have multiplicative arrows. So the product of the digits along the arrow is equal to the number in its connected circle or pill. Digits in pills are 2-digit numbers read from left to right, top to bottom. Well, just right, left to right, I guess in this case. Digits are allowed to repeat along the arrows as normally allowed by other rules. So let's see an example here. So if we had 7, 1, 3. That's a bad example. 4. That would be, that's also a bad example. 5. 5 is 35, of course. What am I saying? So then 5 times 1 times 7 is 35, which then is placed in here, read left to right. And why did I use 7? I used 7 because Philip has decided to use a mean mini, which means that we can place any digits from 1 to 9. And yes, we were allowed to use mean minis as long as the output digits are a regular set of digits. Now, you can use that meta knowledge if you want, but Philip, I don't think, used it when he said it, so we're not going to use it when we solve it. I was about to write 6 and 4 in here, but of course, that would be foolish of me because it could be 6, 4, 7, 8, or 9. This is the puzzle that I was scared of. I wasn't scared of Tallcats, but I was scared of this one. And as you can see, the regions are a bit rotated. So we can see that this cell sees 1 and 2, so it has to be at least 3. Don't think it's going to be 9, but we never know. This first digit also sees a 1 and 3, therefore it has to be at least a 2. So if we multiply 2 numbers together from the digits 1 through 9, 9 times 8 is, I'm terrible at math, I'm sorry, is 81 minus 9, which is going to be, wait, what? Yeah, sorry, 72. Dead. So 72 is the maximum that 3 digits can multiply to, so this cannot be 8 or 9. This one, 3 digits is quite a bit unrestricted, but I think it would be difficult to do a 9 number here. Maybe not. Well, since this has to be between 1 and 5, I guess 5 times 9 times 8. 5 times 9 times 8. What's that? Well, it's a really big number because we just said 9 times 8 is 72 times 5 is going to be bigger than 9 here. So I guess maybe it's theoretically possible to get to 9. Maybe we should think about our prime numbers a little bit here because we have a lot of prime numbers in, we have guaranteed prime numbers, you know? So what about a single digit? A single digit multiplication of 3 different numbers. And it can't be the digit, the digit on it can't repeat. Like, I mean, the digit, it can't be like 112 and then some, or multiply to 2. So then it needs to be like, it can only have 1 is what I'm trying to say. 122 multiplies to 4. So I think the minimum we could have is 4. We could do 3, 3, 1 to get to 9. 5 is not going to work. 7 is not going to work. So since this isn't a prime number, and it's not 1, we know that this digit is one of the 2 digits that we have to add to 1 to 6, basically. It's outside of the range of 1 to 6. If we don't use a 1, this would be 223, which is too much. So we need to use at least 1, but we can't use 2 1s. Hello, Kennet's dad. How's it going? Oh, I should be checking if people want pinged. I should have been doing that. Oh, thankfully nobody wanted pinged except Math Pesto. So that will be the first person we have to ping. So remind me for the next puzzle that we are pinging Math Pesto before we start, okay? So we only have 1 1 on here, but we need to have a 1. Is it possible? Yeah, 1, 2, 3 would be 6, so it's possible not to repeat digits. I was trying to rule out the 1 from the last cell. 1, 2, 4 is of course possible. Can we include a 5? No, because 1, 2, 5 would be too much. So we can only use 1, 2, 3, and 4. One in box 3. Oh yeah, 1 in box 3 needs to be up here. Right, okay, yeah, that's true. In one of these 2 cells. That is a confusing way to say that, Nils. That locks 1 into column 6. Okay, right. So then there's not 2 1s on this line or on this arrow. So therefore, like what Nils is saying is if this was a 1, then there would be 2 1s, which should have been obvious to me from the start, but obviously wasn't obvious to me from the start. There can't be a 1 on this arrow, I just realized. So actually the 1 in this row is quite restricted as well. I'm just gonna like color that or something to remind myself of that fact. Because if there was a 1 on this arrow, then of course it would sum to a 1-digit number, which won't work. Or multiply to a 1-digit number. 1 is not placed in box 3? It is by the other one. There's already a 1 in row 1. So four would require 2, 2, 2, 1. 8 would be 2, 4, 1. 6 would be 1, 2, 3. 9 would only be 3, 3, 1. We're very close to needing a 2, but 3, 3, 1 is getting in our way. Unfortunately. Wait a second. Can we not apply that same logic to this cell? Because we said if this was a 1, then it appeared on the arrow. But we know that this digit does not appear in the circle on the arrow. Therefore, it must appear on the arrow itself. So if it was a 4, it would be 4, 4, 1, and that's 16. That's too much. So we actually need to repeat this digit on the arrow. Therefore, we need to be 2, 2, 1 or 3, 3, 1. So it's only 4 or 9. Clark, are you okay? What's a little bit interesting about this little arrow here is that we can't use 2 of the digits at 4, 9. Right, so this 4, 9 actually has to go up there because of the natural roping of the columns of 6x6 Sudoku. Yeah, the columns, yeah. Row 3, column 4? What? Oh, row 3, column 5. Okay. Gotcha. 4 or 9 is an interesting ending to a multiplication. For sure it is. I mean, like, 9 sucks, right? We can all agree on that, I think. That 9 would be a sucky ending. Yeah, so there's no 5 on that arrow. So, because otherwise it would multiply to either a 0 or a 5 multiple. So there's a 5 in one of these two cells. I don't know. I think it's okay the way it's written right here. With a regular, we just left it, like, you know, these are regular regions sort of thing, so, well, that can't be a 5. Oh, could it be a 5? Yeah, it could be 5. 3 places for 5, you mean. I don't really want to go through the options of this. I feel like there should be something easier. I suppose we can think that same line of thinking, if there is a 5 on this arrow, since we can't end in 0, this would have to be 5. So the only case where there's a 5 here, or a 5 here, actually, is if these are both 5, which I don't think is a problem. 74. Okay, what are the 9 numbers that are not prime? 19 feels very prime. I'm gonna make a fool of myself. 29. That also feels very prime. 39. 39. That also feels quite prime. That could be... Yeah, 3 times 13? We don't have 13, no. No, it does, no. It feels quite prime, but it's not prime. It's co-prime with 2 primes. Yeah, I know. I'm not someone who memorizes primes. I'm sorry. I want you to be that. You want me to be that person, but I'm not that person. No, it's not prime enough for this puzzle. What about... So 49 we know, of course, right? Is 7 times 7. 59. That's yucky. I don't think that works for anything. 69. Nice. You saw it coming. I've done those kinds of puzzles, Xenonetics, and I just bring up a table of primes. Yeah, prime enough, yeah. So, yeah, I guess we can think about, yeah, those sorts of things. Yeah, so I think you're right, Black Doom, that it is just 49. That would work. Yeah, that feels right. Puzzle rules are on screen. Yeah, 99 does not work because, yeah, we don't have 11. So if it is, so no matter what, we have a 4. I guess that's the, I kind of do remember that from what's his, Philip's setting, is that we always have a 4, right? And I guess we also always have a 4 in here. Oh, wait. 49 would require a 7, but that would take up 3 of these. Yeah, okay, so 49 does not work. So therefore, this has to be a 4. This has to be a 4. This can't be 3s. This is 2. We didn't quite. We eliminated all but 49, and then we realized it would require a 7. Or at least, I don't know if you guys already realized that, but I just realized that. That can't be a 4. And now there needs to be a 4 in one of these 2 cells. This is a 3-5 pair, weirdly. So this digit here is the 6, 7, 8, or 9. So therefore, the 6, 7, 8, or 9 goes up here. So the either it's in, no, it's not. No, that's not true. Hmm. Row 2, column 6 is, yes, the ominous X. Yes, yes, that's true. I feel like 2 digits is more restricted. I guess this is 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If it was 5, we've already thought about that. It would be hilarious if it was 6. I don't think it's 6, but I wouldn't put it past Philip. I haven't solved this since he did it, and he didn't finish it on stream, so there's also a 2 in here, actually, 2, 4. So we either have, well, that's not very helpful for the units digit. That's like the opposite of helpful. Yeah, I guess we could think about that, the tens digit, if it doesn't feel like 94 is going to work anymore, right? 94 would require, yeah, that's not going to work, is it? '84 seems more possible to me. I don't want to investigate it right now. 74. Two is 37. So it's not divisible by 4. Right, so 34 doesn't work. 74 doesn't work. 94 doesn't work. 54, as someone said in chat, is 6 times 9, or 2 times 3 times 9. 64, I don't think we can do 6. Can we do 64 in 3 numbers? We can definitely do 64 in 4 numbers, but 3 numbers seems a little bit more tricky, I guess. 8 times 2 times 4, maybe? But you can't use two different... Yeah, I guess we can pencil mark this cell as... This is 1 or 3, right? Isn't it? This can't be a 5 because it can't be on the line and be 5. It can't be 2. This is just 1 or 3. So if it's a 1, then 2 times 9 is 18. That's not going to work. Like anything with 2 isn't going to work. 4 times 9 isn't going to reach 54. That's not even close. So this can't be a 1. This is a 3. So this is a 1. So this is 5, 3. Uh, 84. Right, okay, 84 would need a 7. 64 would need this to not be... 64 isn't divisible by 3. Isn't there only one of these that... No, 2 of these are divisible by 3. 84 and 54 are both divisible by 3, but 84 is divisible by 7 and 3, whereas 54 is divisible by 2, 3, and 9. Well, 2, 3, 3, and 3. If you want to be prime about it, this needs to be a 4. So as I think Nils suggested earlier, it is indeed 54. So now we can look at some of these. We can get rid of this 6 or 7 and get rid of this 6, 7, or 8 here. Yeah, it is very mean, but certainly a very cute idea. You're nice, Philip. Don't worry. I guess we can just pencil mark the crap out of this puzzle now and see what we get. Because I feel like it's going to reveal its secrets to us. We don't have to use the meta knowledge that there is no 9 in here. We don't have to use that. We can look for it. Oh, the green shading was just that was a reminder to me that there's a 1 in one of those two cells because I thought that might be helpful, but I don't think it was helpful. Yeah, he just flipped the 6 upside down. Or I guess flipped the 6 upside down. Okay, so let's think about the products here. So we either have, if we include a 3, 3 times 9 is already not going to work. And 3 times 5 is not going to work because we don't have 1. So 3 is not included there, which means we have the 3 in the row. I don't know why that took me so long to think of. This is not a 1, therefore, or this is a 1. I mean, the one with the 3 is not a 1. So then these don't have 3s now. So it's either 4 times 5, which is not going to work because that would include a 0. Or it includes a 9. Well, we actually do know it includes a 9. Oh, wait, there's a 4 in the row. There's a 4 in the row, guys. There is a 4 in the row. If it has a 5 in it, it must end with 5. We talked about that. So we have to fill in all this like that. 1 second. I'm just going to quickly gonna take a lunch break in a bit. We might solve the sun and moon and then take the lunch break, and then we'll come back to this. I'd like to get a lot more puzzles than what I've done, but I think the main thing, and you're gonna be like annoyed with me for saying this, the main thing that is causing me to move so slowly in this is the fact that the software is being very slow. I need to wait at least like 10 seconds before I do anything, which is not ideal when trying to solve a puzzle. But that is why we test these things and why we are the guinea pigs. Guinea pigs. Oh my word. Stop. Okay, so now we have new puzzle. Sun and Moon. Caterdokupillar by Pesto. Draw a branching, non-intersecting loop that visits each box exactly once. Within each box, the loop must pass through all moons and no suns, or all suns and no moons. The loop cannot pass through the same type of clue in 2 consecutively used regions. The loop acts as a German whisper line. Adjacent digits along the line, along the green lines, I don't know why that took me so long, must have a difference of at least 3. I read it wrong and then I just brain died. That's the right way to say that. So basically, we have to draw this non-branching, non-intersecting loop, which looks like that's very wrong. Yes, I need to ping him. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay. We need to draw a line. We need to draw a, hey, Sammy the Piano, how's it going? We need to draw a line that goes through some of these shapes. And what we cannot do is what I just did. We need to not pass through two moons or two suns in a row or two moons in a row. So we need to alternate our sun and moonage. We can only travel orthogonally, which I think actually we need to add to these rules, which another reason why we're the guinea pigs, right? We need to make sure the rules are all clear. Someone note that we need to add orthogonally because I don't believe that it is stated. No, I don't think it is stated unless I am being dumb. All right. It might also just be my computer that is being a doofus right now. I don't know why it is lagging so much. I tried some tests doing like things in the background, but it was not lagging like this until today, which is very cool. Yes, add orthogonally and remove the word green because we do not have the green lines, and probably change it to say the loop acts as a German whisper line in the sun moon part, which also should have a sun moon tag, and then just have German whispers line as a tag on its own without having the loop acts as a German whispers line. These rules honestly seem like they might not have been adjusted. Not sure. Or might have. I'm not sure. Anyways, thank you, Palfly and theasylm, for doing all that amazing work. But of course, it never ends. Yes, it might be because the thing is just so massive, but it was acting a lot smoother before, so I'm not sure why it is being a doofus now. Okay, let's get into this so I can take my lunch. I put 1, 5, but that is not true. This is 1, or this is 5 and 6. We have finished very few. I think we finished 6, I want to say. I don't want to zoom out, but 6 or 7 maybe. True, yeah. Oh, on the complete caterpillar, there are 187, I want to say. And that is the final number. It does move orthogonally, Ambrose, just for clarity's sake. Okay, so obviously these two boxes are connected together. So either we're going to have to come... Trying to think about German whispers here. Can we ever come around here? No, we can never go around there. So if we tried to do this box without visiting this sun, we wouldn't be able to do it. So we need to visit the sun. We must visit the sun. Harvest its energy. Oh, 189. Thank you, Ambrose. 187 was the number in our spreadsheet, which was wrong. So yes, 189 is correct. So it must visit all the shapes in the box and none of the other shapes. So it must come to this moon. Okay, so we can start to write in some possibles, which then, well, I guess that gives us a 1 here, right? Yeah. Which then makes this a 4, 5, or 6, which means 4, 5, or 6, which means that we can never go this way or up because we would run into that. Right? Up, over, down would be the same parity. Yeah, if we move an even number of cells, we'll be at the same parity, so it can't go up. What? No. Oh, I don't know why I just drew that without even thinking. Thank you very much. It doesn't need to do that, and it certainly actually doesn't do that. We can't go sun to sun, so we can't go through that cell. So this needs to come this way. And then 3 can't connect to 1 or 2, so it needs to come down. 3 actually is only 3 away from 6, so we get the 5 and the 6 right away. And since this is only 4 or 5, this can only be 1 or 2. And it can't come to that moon. It must go to both suns. And if it must go to both suns, the only way to do that is to do this without branching. Oh my word, stop, seriously. I obviously went up to that cell, come on guys. You saw it. You saw it. Okay, so this can't be a 3 also because then, and this can't be a 4 also because if that was a 4, these would both be 1s. If this was a 3, these would both be 6s, which breaks the rules of Sudoku. This also can't be a 4 for the same reason. So then both of these need to be 3 and 4, and we know the order because it's on a German Whispers line. Now we have to visit all the boxes, so we can't go here because then we would right? Yeah, it passes through, it visits each box exactly once. So we can't visit that box without breaking the rules because we visited, then we would have to visit it twice. I will do the 6 in just a second. And yeah, and this 3, 6, 6 would not work in that direction. So you're right. So this needs to be a 6, this needs to be a 5 because it's next to a 3. The 3 needs a 6 on the other side as well. We can do that here as well, which I didn't realize for some unknown reason. That means that not quite that useful, but I guess these two have to be 1, 2, and 3, and that one can't be a 2 because of the 4, 5, 6 in a row. And the loop can't come to this cell, so it either goes to the right and down or goes straight down. But either way, whatever it does, this has to be low. Because if it went this way and then over, sorry, that cell should be also highlighted. This way and then over, it would still be low. And if it just goes down, then it would still be low. So it needs to be 1, 2, or 3. And it can't be a 3 or a 1, so it must be a 2, which means this is a 1, 3 pair, which means this is a 2. And that's a 1, which means this can't be a 4. This needs to be a 5, which we could have gotten from the 5 in the column, but I guess whatever. 2 ways to get it. The 5 in column 3 is also placed at the bottom here through multiple ways of seeing that. The 2 is placed at the top, therefore we can immediately see that if this loop went this way, then it could never get out because no, wait. No, it could go that way, couldn't it? No, because if it comes back here, that's an even number of... Wait, what? Yeah, an even number of spaces needs to change parity, yes. I don't know why, I kept thinking in my head it needs to be the same parity, but that's the other way around. So this needs to be a 1, 2, or 3. And it cannot come to the moon because it needs to only visit suns. So, oh, that's not necessarily true. It could go right up. So this has to be a 4-5 pair, but the 5 and the 4 above give us the order. This has to be a 5, and this has to be a 4. That's the other way around. Losing my mind, I guess. So this has to be a 1, 2, or 3. And at the bottom of the column, we have a 4-5 pair. We have a 6 placed in this box. And this has to be 1 or 3. So because the 4 is here, we can't actually do that connection. So we know that whenever the loop comes to this 2, it needs to go straight down. No, that's not true. It could go here and then down. Oh my word, why will you not draw? It could go here and then down, I think. So how is this determined? Well, we can get the 6 in box 1, I suppose. 6 and 3 go in. Then at the bottom of this column, we need a 2 and a 3. Oh, well, there's a 5 in the row, so we could probably fill that in. But we also need a 1 and a 4 here. The 5 in the row gives us this 4. This 5. This 4. This 1. That's not a 1. We know that this loop never comes to the 4 because otherwise it would have to go to the 2, and 4 and 2 are not going to work together. So it must continue to the 5. Therefore, it cannot be 3. I swear I drew that. I drew that segment. I swear. Come on. Please, draw the segment. This is infuriating. We know it can't go down. I'm struggling to see why the loop can't just close like this. Does anyone see why the loop can't just close like this? Row 5, column 4, yeah, we got that. Because, like, obviously other ways would disambiguate stuff, but I don't see why this is an issue. Okay. Well, this is why we're doing a guinea pig run. To find things like this, right? So I guess if you were to get stuck here, right, and you didn't know what to do, then what you would do is you would head over to the lovely thing that the asylum has set up, which then will tell you what the digits are supposed to be for the next puzzle, 5346. So we are going to continue after my lunch break, which should be like 10-15 minutes. Assuming that this is a 3, and we'll get someone to look at this afterwards. The fact that this is a 3 is actually very worrisome, because that sort of implies to me that it actually does just go straight up. I guess maybe there's a moon missing here, because a moon here would force the loop to visit that cell, which then would force this to do that, and that would force it to be a 1. So it's a pretty easy fix with just a moon here, but I don't, maybe I'm losing my mind, but okay, it should have a moon. Okay, okay. Is that actually in the puzzle and it's just not here for some reason? Okay, it should have a moon. Okay, so we just missed something when we were inputting this puzzle, that there should be a moon here. I'm just gonna draw a circle. So let's fix that. But then we can fill in these digits. That's very good news, yeah. Okay, sweet. So we will return in about 10-15 minutes, and I will see you then, and we will continue this. Thank you guys for joining us, and stay tuned for more. We'll see some kittens and kitties while we wait. All right, hello, hello. We're back. We are back, and we are going to solve Kennet's dad's puzzle. Let me ping him, unless he's here. I don't know. He's probably here. Oops, I think he was here in chat before. But, pinged anyway. Get pinged. All right. Okay, so we solved that debacle about the moon, and now we are moving on to Kennet's dad's puzzle, where we have these very interesting garden path lines. Blue lines are split into segments by box borders, a lot like region sum lines, but for each line, the sum of one segment will be double the sum of the other segment. So every line has two different segments, and one is double the other. Hi, Dad. I'm Sudoku. Okay, so we have 10 here. So could these two cells add to double 10? No. So they have to add to half of 10, which is 5, which means that this is going to be a 1, 2, and this is going to be the 3, 4 in that 5 sum. These two cells add to 3, so these can't add to half of 3, they have to add to 6, which means that, well, the 5 would be here, and the 1 would be here, or the 4 would be here, and the 2 would be here. Okay, so now we have these 3 cells add up to that cell, and this is double that, these 3 cells add up to either double that cell or half of that cell. There's no way we can do half of that cell, especially because it can't be 6. So if these 3 cells add up to double this cell, the minimum this cell could be is 3. Because 3 times 2 is 6, and 6 is the minimum we can make in 3 cells. Standard is not really what I'd say, but Kennet's dad has made a few of them. So 3 or 5, because it can't be 6 or 4. So if it's 3, it's exactly 1, 2, 3. If it's 5, it could be a few different things. 6, 1, 3, 5, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5. So, don't know if we can say anything right away with that. But what we can look at is this line, which has the same idea. Well, sort of. These 2 cells add up to this 1 cell times 2, or the reverse. Well, if this was halved, these would have to be at most 3, because 6 divided by 2 is 3. And that's the most this could be. So this must be doubled, because these can't add up to 3. There's already a 1, 2 pair looking at them and a 1, 2 in the box. So therefore, it has to be, sorry, excuse me. This cell will have to be doubled. And yes, that's a good point. So if we look at 5 in box 3, it has to be in one of these 2 cells. Which means that this at least has to be 3. So 3, 4, 5, or 6. And it can't be 6 because 12 is too much. 5 is already ruled out by the row. So it's either a 6 or an 8. So it either is 5, 1 or 5, 3. So 1, 5 would go in that order, and 3, 5 would go in the other order. So where does 4 go in the box? Well, it has to go here, because it's already in column 1, and it's not on that line. So therefore we know that this is a 5, 3, 4, 1, 5, 1, 2, 3, 3, and 1, 2 in some order here. I really don't like that I can click on cells underneath of the controls. That is very annoying. Okay, so this is either a 1, 2, or 4, because it's kind of like a black dot. These two cells are 5 and 6, and we know the order. So this cell has to be a 2, and this cell has to be a 6. At the bottom of this column, we need 5 and 6, and at the bottom of this column, we need 2 and 4. I was hoping I could just like write them in somehow by knowing that this is a line, but I think we need to think about it a little bit more than that. The bottom of this column, we have 2 and 3. Ah, I see. Yeah, that is a thing, isn't it? Garden path phrases or whatever. So there's a 4, 6 in here, which means that this is the 2, which then resolves that 1, 2 pair. Yeah, row 2 might be a little bit easier than that for sure. Which does not resolve this, unfortunately. 1, 4, 6 here. Okay, so the maximum that this can sum to is 9. The maximum that this can sum to is 10. But 9 is not going to be something that was doubled, so what's the maximum even digit? 8? So can we make 4 here? No. So if we can't make half of this, then we have to make this be half of that. If I use a 5 here, then we're not going to get an even number, and therefore this cannot be half of it. So we have to use a 6 here. That places 6 in column 5. Giving us a 5, 1, no wait, 5, 6 pair at the bottom, which is resolved by the 5 and the 6. Okay, so now we have 6, 2, 4, and 2 and 1, 2, 3, and 1, 4. So if this was 5, this could be 10. Obviously, if this was 8, could this be 4? 1 and 3, maybe? So if this was, I said obviously, but I don't know if that's true. If this is 10, oh, this, obviously this can be 5, saying that looking at the columns instead of the cells on the line. Yes, we can't make 5 with 1 from 2, 3 and 1 from 1, 4. So therefore it must be 1 and 3 adding to 4 doubling to 8. I was led down the garden path by my own foolishness. We have made it to the bottom of the first column. Da, da, da. Oh my word. Okay, I'm not scrolling. I'm not moving it. We're just solving it down here because it won't. There are some issues, I suppose. Okay, so this is Kuruban's puzzle, and I believe I need to ping him. Unless he is in the chat. Don't know. All right. So this needs to be 2, 3. Oh, what's Kuruban's puzzle? Kuruban's puzzle is a build your own killer. Draw killer cages into the grid so that each cage contains exactly... No, we are not doing it all 189 in this stream. I think we'll go for 4 or 5 hours, but not 187. I have a busy day tomorrow, unfortunately. I would do a continuous stream, continuing to stream when people donate or whatever. That was an idea I had, but we decided against it because tomorrow is a busy day, unfortunately. Otherwise, if the timing lined up a little bit better, that might have been an idea. This is Kuruban's puzzle. It is Caterdokupillar X cages. And it is a build your own killer. Draw killer cages into the grid so that each cage contains exactly one clued cell and cages don't overlap. The clued cell must end up at the leftmost cell of the top row of the cage, and the digit in the circle can... There's no circles. I believe that the visuals are wrong, yeah. So the digit in the caged cell needs to equal the number of digits in the drawn cage. Digits in killer cages cannot repeat and sum to the value at the top left corner of the cage. Yeah, it's bring your own cages. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I guess no one saw that and fixed it, but it will be fixed now. This is why we're doing this, right? Okay, so we have to build these cages. The cages, the cell in the cage needs to contain the number of cells that are in the cage. So I can immediately see that this greater than 14 needs to contain 4, 5, or 6 cells. Greater than 10 would have to contain at least 2, 3, or 4 cells. Can't contain 5 or 6. And this one can't contain 2 or 3 because of the row. This needs to contain 2, 3, 4, or 6 cells. And the 6s, well, they can't contain 1 cell. They could contain 2 or 3 cells, but never 4 cells, because 4 cells is 10 at the very least. So, we're going to have to change our drawing tool to edge only. And we know that these, I hate this. This leg is so annoying. We know that these cages never go lefter or upper than what they already are, because the clue is in the top most left cell. The clued cells are circles. I think it's pretty clear without putting circles in the grid, but I think we wanted to keep some kind of consistency about what we mean about cages, but I don't know. So this has to come down into here. Oh my god. This has to come down into here. At least one cell. We can maybe draw with our coloring. And this needs to come out at least to here. So let's consider a state where both of these 6s are 2s. Well, if both of these 6s are 2s, then these cells are both 4s, which will never work. So they can't both be 2s. Well, let's consider whether this one, whether this one could be a 3. Well, if it's a 3, then there's a 1 and a 2 in the box down here somewhere. And then this can't be a 2, but it also can't be a 3 because then it would need a 1 and a 2 in the box. So we know that this one is a 2, and they can't both be 2, so this needs to be a 2, and this needs to be a 3. And this needs to be a 4. And again, we are drawing with lag. Yeah, that's fair. Are the 1, 2 placed? I feel like they could... I know 2 is in one of these two cells, but I believe 1 is in any of these 3 cells. Oh, no, this would be higher than the 3, therefore it cannot be in the cage. So this needs to not be in the cage, right? Ah, I can never draw lines without one of them going diagonally. The scene candidates are so weird in this big grid. Like, this 2 obviously sees this 2, but it somehow doesn't recognize that. And we had that situation before where there were literally 2 4s beside each other, and it didn't say anything, which is bizarre. Like 2 4s that were put into the grid, and it didn't see a problem with that. We get a 5 6 pair in here. Now we know that one of these 2 is a 2. Box 5 also. Oh yeah. So in box 5, there's a 5 6 at the top here, and a 5 6 pointing across row 5. So we get a 5 6 in there, which gives us a 4 in the row, which then sees this cell despite Sven not knowing about it. Then we get 3 there, which also gives us a 2 and a 1 in this column. The 3 has 3 cells to get to above 10. If it takes a 1, it can never get there. But if it takes a 2, it could take a 6. So if we knew this was 1, it couldn't be a part of the 3. But we don't know that's 1. So, oh, actually, even if it's a 2, oh, no, the 6 could go here, yeah, okay. But this cell, what is that cell? Well, it's 1, 2, or 3, and in the column, okay, fair enough. I will do that then. So in the column, it sees 2 and 3, but it can only be from 1, 2, and 3. So it needs to be a 1. Therefore, this needs to be a 2, and this needs to be a 3, and this needs to be a 1. Now, Now it's seeming very likely that this will be 3, 2, 6. Because if it's not 3, 2, 6, then it needs to take these two cells, and the 14 is now looking very, very uncomfortable. I don't know why I put 2 into a greater than 10 cell. I think I'm thinking about 9 by 9, which is weird. So, well, 3, 2, 6 is not 10. Oh, you mean just one greater than 10. Okay, yeah, fair enough. But it's not possible for this 10 not to take this cell. Because if this 10 does not take this cell, it only takes a 2, and then no matter what it takes, it doesn't take anything worthwhile, really. So we know that this is a part of the 10, and we can draw, or we can color these two cells and these two cells, and therefore these two cells. We also know that the 3 never takes the 1, so we can draw that. Four, 5, 6, I suppose, is there. Now this 14 needs to take 4, 5, or 6 cells. I don't know about that, but I do know that the 10 cannot go up and cannot cut the 14 off too much. So if it were to get 6 cells, it would look like that, maybe. That might actually work. Well, we can definitely draw a line above this. Well, obviously they can't both be 6, but I think at least from my preliminary drawing there, it feels like it's a little bit more free than it looks at first. There's no 2 in these two cells, so this does have to be a 2. So this has to be a 3, and these have to be from 4, 6, and 3. I swear I pressed a 4. Okay, so then in this column now, we need 3, 6, and 5, and this cell sees both 3 and 6. So we can fill in a 5 there. This is either 3 or 6. And this is a 1, 2 pair, which is then resolved by the 2 below. 1 and 2 go in. So where does 1 go in box 4? It only has one place. Right, now we consider whether or not yellow or blue could ever take 6 different digits. That's the key that I think Rockrat was pointing out, was that if you were to have a 6 clue in here, digits can't repeat in the cages. So therefore, you would need to have a 2 for one of them, but you don't. Oh wait, you can't have this 2, because then the 3 would only be 2 cells. But it looks like you might be able to take that 2, but you can't. So neither of these can get a 2, so therefore neither of them can be 6, which is not super helpful for yellow, but for blue, that gives us a 4 here, which then allows us to write 5 or 6 in here, maybe. And we can also just write in a 2 there. That's the last two in the grid, so. Right, now red can't take that one. So red is stopped there. So red has to take this too. I guess if I have to take it. And 2 plus 3 is 5, which means that we need to take 6 more to get up to our greater than 10 total. Which gives us a 5 here because of the 4 above. Giving us a 6 and a 5, which we could have gotten earlier, apparently. Oh, not very much earlier. That gives us a 4 here. And I thought it was going to give us that cell, but no, it's not. We need to complete our cages before we get that cell. So they are both 4 cells long. So regardless of what regardless of what blue does, yellow always takes this 1. Because if it didn't, then it would take too many cells over here because it can't take another 4. Blue always takes this cell. It takes 3 of those cells. And oh wait, it could take these 2 cells, couldn't it? Oh, it can't take these 2 cells because it already has 1, 3, 6. So the only option is actually to take these 2 cells because it can't take the 4 either. So we can draw a little border around that. Oh my word, I swear. And we can also draw a little border around our yellow now, if it will let us. Not necessarily, Chameleon. Row 2. Oh. Yeah. I don't know why I thought that it had to take that cell then. Yeah, then it eliminates both 3 6s from there. It is a T instead. Sorry. Sorry about that. Because if these were different 3 6s, then this would have no fill. Therefore, this must be a 5. 5. 6. 6. What? What? Seriously, we're going that slow? Okay. 3. 3. 6. And of course, we need to color our last cell. Yellow. And somehow in the process of doing all this, we have added some lovely pencil marks over here. Is that only 8? Oh my word. Okay. I would say pick up the pace, but it's kind of impossible. This is FullDeck and missing a few cards now. Signal processing. We have palindromes and quadruples. Very, very standard stuff. Quadruples say that there is that digit in the 4 cells surrounding. So in these 4 cells, there is a 1. The palindromes read the same forwards as backwards. Essentially, they have a repeating sequence in both sides. So this 5 has to be here. Okay, I was on big digits, I swear, but I guess I pressed something. That's 5. The 6 has to go here, and these two digits also have to be the same. These two digits have to be the same. This digit can be anything. These two digits have to be the same. You know, standard stuff. So these are from 2 and 4. And we know that 4 has to be in these 4 cells, so that has to be the 4. Now we can look at this quadruple and see that 2 is ruled out from 3 cells of it. So this has to be a 2. We can look at this quadruple and say that 5 needs to be in one of these 2 cells, but this palindrome would put it where the 5 is, so that needs to be a 5. I don't think we can use the 3 one yet. The 6 quadruple needs a 6 on it, so that has to be placed there. The 1 has freedom. And yeah, let's just think about what these digits could be, I suppose. So we need a 2, 3, 6 up here, and a 1, 4 down here where the 1 and 4 are placed because the 4 above. 1 and 4 go in, and do a little bit of cleaning up. Oh, actually, that just is a 3. I think that quadruple is unnecessary, but I think it's for symmetry's sake and for the fact that we have the digits 1 through 6. Include this cannot be a 2 because then it would repeat in this box, so those have to be 6s, giving us a 2 here. Row 5, column 4, yeah, we got that. These two can either be a 1 or a 3. What else is there? We can get a 5 in box 4. So this is a 1, 3 pair. Don't know why it keeps doing that. Row 3, column 2 has been known since the start. Yes, it is a 1, 3, but then it can't be a 1 because of this quadruple, so it is a 3. Thank you. So these two must be 1s, and that's a 3. And this is a 5, 6, but we have the 6 up here, so that gives us a 6 here and a 5 here, and a 4. 1 and 4 at the top of this column, 2 and 5 up here, so we get the order of those two. 2 and 5, 1 and 4 in the row, which is fixed by this one. And the 4 gets fixed in the box. This has to be a 2, 3, and 1. Beautiful little puzzle by FullDeck and missing a few cards. And I think I was supposed to ping them. Whoops. Let me keep that up on screen so I don't forget again. I will just leave it for now. It was a swift solve indeed. All right, let's go Kagisho. He does not need to be pinged. And he has Renbands. We will have to move the grid a little bit to put him into frame. Okay, so we have normal Renband lines. So digits along a purple line form a set of non-repeating consecutive digits in any order. So a line with a 1 on it, for example, would have to have 1, 2, 3. And we have only 1 down and just starting on the next up. Or are you saying in total? I'm not sure. A lot of up and downs. There's 7 puzzles per up and down, so whatever 189 divided by 7 is. The circles in the top left are for the next puzzle. Ignore them for now. All right. So we can look at these two cells, and of course they are 2 and 4. Sorry for the scrolling. And this long line is probably where we're supposed to look. We can't have 5 or 6 on there. Or sorry, we can't have 6 except for here. But if there was a 6 on there, then there would need to be a 5 in row 6, which is impossible. So we know that there's no 6 on there. And it's 4 long, so it's either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 2, 3, 4, 5. So we must have a 3 on there. Yeah, only about 70 mistakes, yeah. We also must have a 4 on this line in total, so I guess we need to... I guess this only has one option, right? Oh, that's true. If this has to be 5 because it sees the 1 and 3 and it sees the 2, 4 pair by either the Renban or the row, and it can't be a 6, so it must be a 5. And I think the other way to think about that is that all the digits on this Renban, why do you hate me? All the digits on this Renban see this cell, and the 6 sees the cell. So it must be either a 1 or a 5, and it sees a 5, so it is a 1. Okay, so this is 2, 3, 4. These have to have a 6 and a 2, 4 in them. So either this is 3, or I guess 1, 3, or 5, because these are even digits, 2, 4, and 6. So every white crappie dot or 2-cell Renban has an even digit and an odd digit. So if this is an even digit, this has to be an odd digit. So this has to be, in this column, we need a 4, 5, and a 2, 3 Renban to complete the column. 1 is somewhere in this column, which means that either this is a 2 and that's a 2. Oh wait, where does 6 go in this column? 6 will have to go on this line with a 5 here, right? I was thinking about the other one, but I should have been thinking about the 6. So the 6 is here with a 4. So that's not a 4. And the 1 has to go with the 2, so that's going to be a 3 at the bottom of the column. Now what? Now where does 1 go in box 2? It must go here. Guess we could pencil mark these. Not sure how useful that's going to be. I mean, I can see that this is odd, because if this was even, it would have to be 6, but then this would be 5. So this is odd. This is 1, 3, or 5. So this has to be even 2, 4, 6. So this has to be a 3. That's a cool deduction. So this cannot be a 3. So this cannot be, oh no, never mind. So 3 is, no. I was going to say 3 is placed in this box, but it's not placed. There's no 2 here. That we do know. Oh, whoopsie. So there's no 2 here. So there's no 1 here because there's no 2 attached. So this is a 5. This is something. Still, that's not a 5, so this isn't a 6, which means this is a 6, which then places 6 here weirdly. That is weird. So this is a 4-5, and this is a 2-3, which we knew before, but I didn't write in. This is a 1-3-6. It's not a 1. There's definitely a 6 in there, so then... Oh, and the 5 in this column now is at... I was going to say the top, but it's actually just this cell, and it goes with the 4, because we know the 2 goes with the 3, which is actually just placed by this 3. 2 and 3 go in. This now is a 1, and this is a 2, and this is a 1, and this is a 2, this is a 4, 2, 4. His 5 gave us a 4 and a 5, which I didn't notice, but now we got it. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? This 4. This 4 gives us a 6, which gives us a 6 here, and gives us a 3 in the column. And this is a 4. This 3 then, therefore gives us a 3 here, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2, and a beautiful puzzle by the Kagisho. Wonderful, wonderful deductions from the Renban Master there. One of the Renban Masters, I suppose. There's like 22 Renban Masters in this. Caterdokupillar. Caterdokupillar. Okay, so now we have Clover's Sandwich Sudoku. Digits outside the grid in circles indicate the sum of the digits that are placed in between the 1 and the 6 in that row or column. This includes circle digits in the previous grid. So this 3 is saying that between the 1 and the 6 in this row, there needs to be a sum of 3. This 2 is saying that between the 1 and 6 in the column, there needs to be a sum of 2. There's a 9 between the 1 and 6, or there's a sum of 9 between the 1 and 6. But I accidentally said 9 there because 3, for example, well, you can't do 1, 2 because there's already a 1. So that just is a 3. And somewhere in here we have a 2, which is sandwiched between a 1 and a 6. We don't know what order they're in though, so we can't really comment on that yet. These two cells need to be 2 and 5. That cell we know is a 6, of course. 1, 4, and 3 go in. And Clover is the original organizer of the original Caterdokupillar. Oh. So, we don't have a sum in this column. We don't have a sum in this column. We don't have a sum in this column. So how do we figure this out? If there were 3, there are a lot of circles in this area. A lot of circles. Row 6, column 3 being 1 breaks. Okay, I think it has to do with this 7 sum. So if we think about 7, right? 7 is a funny number in 6x6. It has 3 different sums. 1, 6, which we can't do in a sandwich. 2, 5, which we couldn't do above this 2, 5. And 3, 4. Now, if this is not a 1, then we have to do a sandwich sum above this, which doesn't contain 1, 6, only contains one of 2, 5, and only contains one of 3, 4. Because if this is not a 1, this is a 3 or 4, so only one of 3 and 4 is up here. Only one of 2 and 5 is up here. So we know that this must be a 1. Very, very cool clue. Very clever clue from Clover. Clever clue from Clover. That's a hard thing to say, but it is indeed what has been said. So this is a 3, 4. Pencil mark that before I forget about it. And then we move on to the 6. The 6 needs either 2 or 3 cells, which sum to 9, but it can't be 3 cells, because if it was 3 cells, then this would be a 1. So it must be 2 cells, and it can't be 3, 6, because there's already a 6. So it must be 4 or 5, giving us, I'm just making fun of my own voice there for some reason, 4 or 5, which gives us a 1 there, 2 and 5 and 2, and we get, I was going to say we get a 3 here, but we don't get a 3 in here. This is 1 and 3, but it's not fixed yet, so we'll just leave it for now. But we can look at these 2 cells and note that they are 2 or 3, and this has to be a 2, because if it was a 3, that would have to be inside the sandwich, because there's only a few cells here. So this is a 3, this is a 1, this is a 6, this is a 3. We get the 4 and the 3 up here. And now we can consider whether or not the 1 could possibly be here. Well, if the 1 is here, then the 6 is here. And I don't know about you, but 0 does not sum to 9. So that cannot be a 1. So this is a 1. I was anticlimactic putting in 2 by accident. And that means that this is a 1, this is a 3, that's a 3, that's a 4, that's a 4, that's a 5. This has to be a sum of 9, but it only sums to 4 right now, so it has to be 4, 5, and 6. I put a 9 there because sandwich, I just thought 9 for some reason. This is 2 and 5, and the 2 gives it away. 2 and 5 go in. This is 6 and 4, and the 6 gives it away at the bottom. 5 and 4 go in. Very, very nice puzzle from Clover. Very nice 7 clue there. That's a cute one. I need to be careful to not accidentally compliment my own clues, because sometimes I suggested things in these puzzles. I don't think I suggested the 7. I think I suggested this 9. I think I did suggest that. If it wasn't true, then I'm sorry. But I need to be careful not to be like, oh, that's really nice, and it's actually just like something that I suggested. That would suck. Not for me. More for the setter, but it would be a very clippable moment that would obviously get me impeached as king of the caterpillar. Cave Sudoku by Piatato. Piatato is in chat, so we don't need to ping anyone. So we have normal 6x6 rules. Cave. Shade some cells to form a cave in such a way that all unshaded cells are orthogonally connected, and all unshaded cells are orthogonally connected by other shaded cells to an edge of the grid. Cells that contain a star must be unshaded, and a digit placed in such a cell indicates the total number of cells seen in all 4 orthogonal directions, including itself, where shaded cells obstruct vision. Whew, that is long, long rules. There are longer rules, which I think someone said that we finished 11 of them. So I think we're on grid number 12. Oh, wait. There's literally the number there. Oh, my word. I swear at least like 4 times. See ya, Smitha. Have a good one. At least like 4 times I said, I think we're on grid number this, without looking at that number, and it was probably on screen while I said that. Oh, God. Anyways, so this is how cave cells work. So there needs to be some cave walls essentially, and the edge of the grid we can consider like all of the outside of the grid to be cave walls. Then the cave walls somehow like are touching the cave walls that are inside the grid touch the outside of the grid somehow. That's part of it. And then also it only can be one orthogonal section of inside the cave. So there's not like little pockets of cave somewhere. It's only one cave. Only one cave. This is not caves, it's cave. And then the other thing is that the stars, they see the edges of the cave. So they see that number of cells. It's like if you were standing in a cave and there was a bunch of like a maze-like cave, then you couldn't see around all the corners. You couldn't see the whole cave at once. So it's sort of saying how much of the cave you can see at once. How many cells in that row or column can you actually see that are uncaved? Yeah, you're mining for the diamonds. Yeah, that's a good one. Mining for the stars. Okay, so all these stars are unshaded, I think it says, yes. So we can go ahead and unshade all those. It makes a lot more sense once we get into it. I think sometimes cave feels a little bit intimidating when you first look at it, but once I said the cave metaphor to myself, then it made a lot more sense like why these rules are in place and why it's called cave. It's a really good name for it, I think. Okay, so we have to place a 2 and a 4 in box 5. Now, we know that all of the cave cells touch each other orthogonally. So, no, that's not true. Is it including itself? Yeah, it's including itself. So, including itself means that if I were to put a 1 in any cave cell, then all the way around that 1, we would have to see cave walls. But since the cave is orthogonally connected, there's no little pockets of cave, then we can't actually have that. So we can never have a 1 in any of these stars. That's important for row 5, where we need to put a 1. And we can only put 1 in this cell. So these two cells need to be 2, 4, or 6. Now 6 is going to be quite an interesting number. 2 is also quite an interesting number. Thinking, what can we do here? We can row 5, column 5 is shaded or there's no 2 in that row. Right, so if this was unshaded, then all of these stars would see 3 cells that are caved. So this must be a shaded cell to allow 2 to exist in row 5. Thank you, Ambrose. Nice one. So this cave has to get, or the cave wall has to get to the edge of the grid, so we must go down. We cannot, yeah, so if this was a cave wall, then that would block in this one. And actually, that's also true of this and this one. This cave wall that I put in here either has to get to the edge of the grid by going around here or up here. And no matter what it does, no matter how it gets to the edge of the grid, this part of the cave will never connect to this part of the cave. So That's what we call a checkerboard. And we have to avoid checkerboards in caves because of that reason, because we will divide the cave otherwise. So we need to make those both cave. Or unshaded, I suppose we can say. And now this one and this one see 3 cells. So if we want to go back to our cave metaphor, we can see that from this star, looking up and to the left, we can see 2 cells here, including itself 3 cells. So though that cell can never be a 2, this one is a little bit easier. It sees up 3 cells. That can never be a 2 either. So this one must be a 2, and it already sees 2 cells. So then we need to surround that 2 with cave walls. And similarly, we can't checkerboard in this direction because this cave has to reach the wall somehow. And whether it goes up and reaches the wall, or if it goes straight to the wall, it will trap a cave here, or an unshaded cell here. So that has to be shaded, and this also has to be shaded. Now, four in here. I'm thinking about 4 and what that implies. I don't think it implies anything because these could both just have a shaded cell below. They don't necessarily need to have shaded cells above. This one is at least a 3. 3, 4, 5, or 6. This one is at least a 3. This one needs to get out to see its friends. Cave must be connected. So it's at least a 2, but it can't be bigger than a 4. Because it sees 5 and 6 in the column. So 1 is in one of these 2 cells in this column. If row 3, column 6 was a 3, then row 4, column 5 would also be a 3. 4. That is true. So if this was a 3, then this would be gray. And actually, this would also be a 3. Good spot. So it makes these shaded, these all shaded, which actually does make this one, and this one all 3s. So this cannot be a 3. And actually, these two need to be different numbers, right? So if this was a 6, all of this would be unshaded. But then how is this one ever going to be something not 6, but lower than 6? It can't be because it already sees 6. So in fact, this one cannot be 6. It needs to be 4 in order to make this one higher than it, if that makes sense. And actually, we can sort of skirt around Monkey Pie's logic by saying that this one needs to take a cell out here in order to be at least 1 larger than it. It would be 2 larger if it took this cell as well. And one of these 2 needs to be in. This one now cannot be 3 because it already sees 4 cells. This is now 6. So we can green in 2 cells here because it needs to see at least that many cells in the column. It could see either one of these, but if we didn't ever come to this cell, then we would only get 5 cells at most. So that makes this a 6 because it sees 2 more than its column. So that needs to be gray because if it was green, then the 4 would never be complete because the 6 already sees enough cells. this can't be 5, because if it was a 5, thank you, Ambrose, if it was a 5, then it would see 4 cells plus 1, 2 cells. That's the only place it can see another cell, but that would make it be 5. Or that would make it be 6, sorry. So now this has to be gray, and the gray has to escape to there, which gives us those two, which then gives us this as green. This needs to be green for that to escape. You can also see it as checkerboard. What else is true here? If this was also green, then these 3 numbers would be all 5 or higher, but there aren't 3 numbers in a 1 to 6 that are 5 or higher. So this can never be green. So this is either a 2 or a 3. This is 2, 3, or 4, and this is 2, 3, or 4. So that's a 2, 3, 4 triple, which gives us 5, 6, and 1 in there, but we already have 6s in 2 of those columns, so that is a 6. And those two are 1 and 5. Row 1, column 1 can't be a 5 because there's a 5 in the column. Oh, which means this cannot be unshaded. If this was unshaded, it would be 5. So it's not 5. Or sorry, so it is shaded, yeah. Thanks, that actually really helped. So that's a 3, and that's a 4. And that's not a 2. So that has to be unshaded. Those two have to be unshaded because of the 4, but also because the cave has to connect to itself. This has to be unshaded, and this has to be unshaded, and I forgot about this 6 down here, but it got its 6 cell, so that has to be shaded as well. Now, this 4 actually sees that by the row, so that needs to be 3, and that needs to be a shaded cell, and apparently this now solves, which is kind of cool. We were very, I don't know what to say, but we were very lazy with our Sudoku here. I just didn't fill in a lot of things I knew, and then we got the cave suddenly. There's a 1 and 4 in here. I don't know where it goes. There's a 4 right here, which then actually tells me the order of that 1 and 4. Now there's a 3 here and a 5 here. The 6 in this box goes here, which therefore places the 2 here. So 1, 5, but I don't know the order quite yet. This is a 2, 6, which I do know the order of, so that's a 2, or that's a 6. And that's a 2. I was excited to get like a 5 down here because that was a 2, but actually it wasn't a 2, so I didn't get a 5 down there. But now there's a 2, 5 pair in this column, which is resolved by this 2, so it's actually the other way around. And now these 2 cells have to be 1 and 3, which is resolved. I feel like I did this in the most convoluted way possible, but maybe it is the best way. This has to be 1 and 2, and we know the order. The 3 up here tells us that that's a 3 and that's a 5. That's a 5 and that's a 1. And we have completed our 12th puzzle. Woohoo! That was a very fun puzzle, Piatato. Very nice cave. I've always liked cave. It's a very intuitive rule set. And I'm glad to see it in our puzzles. Okay, we have Jmote now. Jmote did a counting circle skyscraper called The Sky's the Limit. Counting circles. A digit in a circle indicates how many circles contain that digit. Digits in circles outside the grid are skyscraper clues. So essentially what that's saying is if I had a 1 in one of these circles, then there is only one 1 in all the circles. If I had a 2 in one of the circles, there are only 2 of that digit, 2, in any of the circles. 6 would give you 6 sixes in circles, etc. Skyscrapers. Digits in the grid represent skyscrapers, with their values corresponding to their heights. Taller skyscrapers obscure all shorter skyscrapers behind them. Clues outside the grid indicate the number of skyscrapers seen in that row/column from the line of sight of the clue. So I think this is best illustrated with an example. If we had 1, 3, 2, 5, 6, 4, just ignore the conflict, then this digit would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, because it sees this skyscraper, which is right next to it. It's like a little building next to it. The 3 is like a slightly larger skyscraper. The 2 is a taller skyscraper than the 1, but it's smaller than the 3, so you can't see it behind the 3. There's nothing about width or anything. It's just the height of these skyscrapers that matter. And then the 5 is greater than everything before it, so therefore you see that skyscraper. The 6 is greater than everything before it, so you see that skyscraper. But the 4 is hidden by the 5 and the 6 skyscraper. If it was in front of the 5, then you could see it, but you can't see it now. That's behind the 5. And the 4 is telling you over here that there are 1, 2, 3, 4 skyscrapers that you can see from that direction if you were standing right there. All right. We'll fill in our 6 and 3 here. I love this. You just get something free right away. It's very nice. Very refreshing. Oh God. That is evil. So there needs to be a 1 and a 5 in the row. Now, one thing you can do with counting circles is you can count the number of circles, and you know that you have to allocate this number of digits to each one of them. So since there are 16 circles, thank you, Palfly, we know that the digits that are in the circles sum to 16. Because if it was 3 circles, for example, that's an easier case. Then either they're all 3, 3, 3, 3, and the digit that is in the circle would only be a 3. Yeah, one of the things you can do with counting circles. Yeah, that's a clue. Yeah, for sure. And the other way you could do 3 circles is 1, 1, and 2 2s. So you have a 1 and a 2, those sum to 3. So it's each different digit all added together would give you the number of circles, you allocating them, you know? So then we have 16 circles, so we need to add to 16 with some digits from 1 to 6. Now, we can't think too hard about how many digits we have in rows and columns because we have digits outside the grid, of course. So we need to think about, suppose we could have, if we only had the digits 1 through 5, yeah, then we would have 15. So we need to have a 6. And we could have 6 skyscrapers from this one, but we can't have 6 skyscrapers from here because this can't be a 1, and we can't have 6 skyscrapers from here because this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, because there's a 4, 6 at the end. So we should count how many possible 6s we could fit inside the grid and see if we need one outside the grid. Well, there are only 6 columns, and if we try to allocate the 6s to those columns, we will notice that there is one column which we cannot allocate the 6 to because there is already a 6 in the column. So we need a 6 outside the grid, and that 6 can only go here, which gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now every other column, every other box, every other row needs to have a 6 in a circle. So we can go through all of these boxes. Please, please stop. I'm not double clicking, I'm just single clicking, and it will not only select one cell. All of these need to have 6s. We can actually corner mark them in those 2 boxes and actually just fill in the 6s in these 2 boxes. That's true. The box, I mean, I don't know if they were easier to see, but I wanted to make it really clear. So we have 1, 2, and 3 in here. We have 4, 5, and 6 over here. We need 5 5s and 6 6s. So we have 11. We need some cells or some digits that add up to 5. So either 1 and 4 or 2 and 3. Although I don't think, no, there are actually 2 circles that could be 2s. Oh no, I'm not thinking about the things at all. Now, this 6 tells us that one thing it tells us is that this is a 3 and this is a 6. The other thing it tells us is that this circle is either a 1 or a 2. Because either the 6 is here and it sees one skyscraper, or the 6 is here and it sees this, whatever this digit is, and this side of the skyscraper. Now, the other thing we can do is with 5, there's only one 5 in the whole puzzle that isn't in a circle, but maybe this could be 5. Let's think about that. So if this is 5, then we have to have, well, the 1 is already not in the first place, so we would have to do 2, 4, 5, and 1. And that would work, I think. Oh, the columns, that's a good point. The columns. If you look at the columns, there's no circled 5 in column 3, which I'm literally highlighting right now. So we need to have a 5 outside the grid because there's also this 5 in this column, which is not included. So that needs to be the 5. This needs to be 5, 4, 1, 2. Okay, this cell sees a 1 and a 2, and it's either 1, 2, or 3, so it must be a 3, and that was probably an easier spot than looking at the 5. Don't know why I looked at the 5 first, but, you know, whatever. This now has to be a 4. They're counting circles. There we go. So this has to be a 2 and a 1 and a 5 and a 5 and a 5. And this can only be 3 because there's already 2 2s. This also has to be 3 because now we need 3 3s. This gives us 1 here because this 1 over here. 2, 4 in the column. This needs to be a 3 because of the row. This needs to be a 4 because of the row. And a 2 because of the row. Okay, that's a very, very beautiful puzzle when you think about it. When you don't think, then it's quite tough. Most of these are quite tough if you don't think, actually, now that I think about it. Well, very, very nice puzzle, JMO. Thank you for that. Next, we have the 14th puzzle. Every cage, a unique Fibonacci sequence. I feel like that's supposed to be every cage has a unique Fibonacci sequence. Maybe TwoHoleStraw can maybe correct that before he publish. Anyways, TwoHoleStraw made this one. It is Fibonacci cages. Digits in cages cannot repeat, and they sum to a Fibonacci number. Did I say sequence? Yeah, I did say sequence, didn't I? That's a different thing. Fibonacci number 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. So Fibonacci numbers, the previous two numbers sum to the new number. So 1 and 2 sum to 3, 2 and 3 sum to 5, 3 and 5 sum to 8, 5 and 8 sum to 13, 13 and 8 sum to 21. Each cage must have a different value. I think I found the 21. It is this 6-cell cage. And we need to find the rest of them. Well, obviously there are 4 different numbers which can be a single cell. 1, 2, 3, and 5, but only 2 of those could be made up with unique other digits, 3 and 5. So this 2-cell cage needs to either sum to 3 or 5, but there's a 1 in the row. So it sums to 5, has to have a 2 and a 3, because there's a 1 in the row, and then this does not sum to 5. All right, so these 2 cells need to be 5 and 6, not 5 and 7, and there's already a 6 in this box, so that is a 5. That is a 6. That's a 6. That's not a 6. That's a 2. And that is a 6. So now we have 5 plus 2 needs to add to either 8 or 13, and 8 would be 1. 13 would be that's 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Yeah, 36 would work. I was like, why can I not math? Oh, were we supposed to ping? No. Yes, 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 yes. Whoops. I'll wait for a second. Okay, let's go. So now we have 1, and we either add to 8 or 13. If it was 13, we would need these 2. Yeah, it should be in streaming Caterdokupillar channel, Ambrose. The me reaction to be added to the list. So these cannot add to 12 because they can't be double 6. So they need to add to 7, which is either 3, 4, 2, 5, or 1, 6, but it can't be 3, 4, or 1, 6. So it needs to be 2, 5. Why did that not go on? Oh, because I just replaced TwoHoleStraw with 2, 5 in the spreadsheet. So then this cannot add to 8. It needs to add to 13. And what else do we know? We know that over here, we need to have 2 and 3 because if you look at the column, there's nowhere else for 2 and 3 to go. in that column. So at the bottom of the column, we need a 1 because the 1 can't go in box 2 because it's already there. The 6 in box 2 is actually placed. And what else can we say? We can say that the 6 in box 4 is placed because of that 6. So where is the 2 in the 21 cage? That's a great question because of this 2, which sees that cell, and the other 2s in these rows are placed already, so this has to be a 2. This has to be a 3. This has to be a 5. This has to be a 2. Now what? Now where does the 5 go in the 21 cage? It is seeing all of those cells, so that is a 5. That can't be a 1 because there's already a 1 in that column. So that gives us a 2-3 pair. A 1-4 pair with the 2-3 pair gives us a 5 at the bottom of the column, which we could have gotten with the 5, but I didn't see it. The 4 in this box goes here, which then places the 3 and the 1 into this 21 cage. The 1 goes here and the 3 goes here in this box. This 3 gives us the 3 in here and in here. 2 gives us the 2 over here and the 1 here. Very smooth puzzles. 2 gives us a 2 here and a 5 here. Is this roped? Oh my god, it's roped. I didn't even see it. This is a 1, 6, and 4. 4 goes here, and 5 goes here. Woohoo! Sorry about that, TwoHoleStraw, if I pinged you too late, because I could see that we went really fast through it, so can always rewind and watch our solve. Okay, now we have puzzle number 15 by James Sinclair, sum or product. Digits in cages cannot repeat and either sum or multiply to the value in the top left, or possibly both. This rule does not apply to the cage from row 6, column 2 from the previous puzzle. Right. I guess that one doesn't have a total, so it wouldn't really matter anyway. But I was trying to go through and make sure that I labeled if there was a cage in a cage cell that is not following that rule. But I guess maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we should remove that. I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts? So there are a lot of 6s. A lot of 6s. Digits can't repeat, so a 6 and 3 cells, whether it is a sum or a product, has to be 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, it should be row 6, column 1. So 2 parts to that amendment in those rules. It either needs to be, or it needs to be row 6, column 1 if it is there. And I don't know if it actually needs to be there. Spunky Pie, there is a sign up for the setters to get pings if they want their pinger to be pinged. Don't know what I'm saying. If they want to be pinged when any streamer solves a puzzle. But it is up to the streamer on whether or not they actually use that functionality, but we will be giving them a list of all of the people who asked for that. So you setters are welcome to sign up for that. So this 2 gives us the 2 there. There's a 1, 3 here. 6 product without a 1 or a 3 is impossible because it's either 2, 3 or 1, 6. So then it has to be a sum, which is 2, 4. So then we get the 5, we get the 4. This cannot be 2, 3, could be 1, 6, could be 1, 5. but definitely has a 1. So this has to be a 3. And this has to be a 1. And this is 5 or 6. This is also 5 or 6, and this is actually just a 1. So this is 3 or 6. And now we look here. This cannot, neither of these actually can be sums to 6, because either way they see 2 and 4 and a 1 or a 5. So both of these have to be products to 6. This one at the top cannot be a 1 times 5 or 6, or sorry, cannot be a 1 times 6, so must be a 2 times 3. This one cannot be a 2 or 3, or 2 times 3, so it must be a 1 times 6, placing 3 and 6 in here, and the 2 and the 4. Which then places 4 and 5 and 1, and 6, and 1. And there's a 1 in this 5 cage, but it can't be 1, 4, so it has to be a 1, 5. Now, how does this work? Now the 4 in row 2 is placed because of that 4. This now is 6 and 5 and 6 because of this 5. Row 2, you mean? Okay, yeah. This is 2 or 3. 2, 3, 5. This is a 5. So then we should look at this column, which needs a 6, and it has to go there. It also needs a 3, which can't go here, so it must go here, which gives us a 2 in those two, and a 2 here, and a 3 there. That therefore means that there's a 3 and a 4 missing here, which we can fill in like that. Beautiful. Beautiful puzzle, James Sinclair. Gonna need to move over here. We have Blueberry Crunch by Tyrgannus now. This one is very interesting. It has prime and composite dots. Digits separated by either shape must sum to 7 or less. So we're still looking at 7 or less now. 7 seems like a very arbitrary number, but interesting. This light is giving me a headache, so I'm going to turn it off. Digits separated by a circle sum to a prime number. So 2, 3, 5, or 7. Digits separated by a square sum to a composite number. So 1, 4, or 6. Because we can't sum to 1 or 2 with 2 cells that are different, we know immediately that this is really just even and odd. Because it's either a 4, 6 for a square or a 3, 5, or 7 for a circle. So it's really just even or odd. So then if we look at row 1, we look at row 1, we have 2 and 4 already in the row, and we need these 2 cells to sum to an even number. Well, they can only be 2 odd numbers summing to either 4 or 6. So therefore this must be, or yeah, it can't be 8. Or no, it has to be 7 or less. So then we actually know that there's a 1 in here, weirdly. 7 or less is throwing me off a little bit, but yeah, okay. So then we know that it is 4 now. Okay, now we can look somewhere else. Maybe this dot, we need, if it's odd or prime or whatever you want to say, then it has to have one even digit and one odd digit. So it must have a 4 because there's already a 2, 6 in the column. True, yeah. But it can't have a 5 because that's too much. So it needs to have 1 or 3 with it. Starting to get a little bit tired. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so let's look at the dot at the bottom of column 3. This one has to have an odd digit, but can't have a 1 or 5, so it must have a 3. And it can't have a 6 with the 3, so it's either 3, 2 or 3, 4. But that means that this is not a 3. And also, no, not also. Interestingly, if this is 3, 4, then we have roping, which makes this 4, 3, 1, 5, 2, 6. Those have to be the same parity, so that would have to be a 4. So if this is a 4, we're broken, actually, weirdly. That is very weird, but it is true. Okay, so looking at roping breaks the square in row 4. Because this would be 1, 5, and this would be 2, 6, right? And those are opposite parity, but these need to be the same parity. So we can't have roping, so this can't be 3, 4. It needs to be 2, 3. That is really weird. Okay, so then this has a 3 in it. This has a 2 in it. That's not a 4, because there's a 4 down here. Oh wait, that just has to be a 4. Now, this one is odd. Whichever of these two is odd, that's all the odds in the row. So this one has to be even. 2, 4, 6. Well, I guess we could have looked at the column and said that since there's one, like 2 odd digits in this, and that's an odd digit, this also has to be odd. Or this also has to be even, so I guess. Oh yeah, it's very funny that they it's really not about prime and composite at all, but it's just funny that it's there. Um, so this has to be odd because the same idea with this box as with the row there. There are 2 squares, and we have one of one parity and one of the other parity. So this has to be odd. So then this has to be even, so it can't have a 5. Now I'm lost. Column 3. Oh, yeah, we should probably just fill in column 3. This is 4 and 6, which are both even, so this also has to be even, and the only digit left is 2. So this is not a 2, and these are odd. So these are even. So this is odd, which gives us a 5. I know, right? I asked them specifically to avoid Sudoku deductions. I didn't really. That would be ridiculous. So there needs to be a 1 in here, otherwise it's 3, 5, and that sums too much. So this cannot be a 1. That's a 3. There is a 1 in here. Oh, well, I guess that's the same thing as saying there's a 1 in there. What else? What else can we do? Can do something else. I think if this is a 6, that's too much. Can a 6 just never be on a dot? Or yeah, a 6 can just never be on one of these squares. 6 can be on a dot, not a whatever square. I wanted to say dash, but obviously that's not what I meant to say. So there's a 6 down here. Don't know how important that is. This is either a 6 or a 1, 5. I guess that's true of all the cells in that box. So that's not really that useful, but I guess we could pencil mark it. Oh, 1, 5 in row 3. So that is a 3, which should have been obvious from the row 4, but don't know. Brain is, you know. So there's a 5 in here, which means it has to go with a 2. Because if it was 5, 4, that would be too much. We could have said the same thing about this one, but we didn't. Row 6, column 2 is knowable. If it was a 6, that would be too much. So it can't be a 6. And if it was a 5, it would be too much too. So it is a 1. 1, 3, 2, 5, 2, 6, 5, 5, 1. 1, 6, 3, 4. Whew. Don't know why that hurt my brain so much. Very nice puzzle, Tyrgannus. I think, weirdly, I think I'm gonna do one more and then quit for the day. Because my head is starting to hurt. I think it might be that light that I had shining on me. Yeah, sorry guys. I was hoping I would get to at least 30. But obviously that was a bit overambitious with the current state of the heat, and I might be getting sick also, so yeah. And last night was not great in terms of sleep. Okay, so we have Chameleon's puzzle. Chameleon does not need a ping because Chameleon is here. Chameleon's puzzle is grammar. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube, so I'm just gonna. Let me just scroll that down a little bit just in case. Crop key count cages. A digit next to a white dot in the top left of a cage indicates exactly how many white crop key dots can be placed in the cage, and a digit next to a black next to a black dot in the top left of the cage indicates exactly how many black crop key dots can be placed in the cage if given. That means the if given refers to the whether or not the counts are given. So in this case, there's no black crop key dot total given. Sorry. Digits separated by a white dot are consecutive. Digits separated by a black dot have a 1-to-2 ratio. In this puzzle, 1 and 2, 1 adjacent to 2 counts as both a white dot and a black dot. Digits are allowed to repeat in cages as normally allowed by other rules. The example is in a 2 black dot, 0 white dot clue will indicate that there are exactly 2 black dots and 0 white dots in the cage. And a 1 white dot clue indicates that there's 1 white dot in any amount of black dots. So basically, the 0 is acting as a local negative constraint. The 1s are acting as a both positive and negative constraint in terms of saying there can only be one of these things, and saying that there must be at least one. Okay, so we should look at the negative constraint is obviously not super powerful when local, so we should look at the positive constraint first, probably in this 3-cell cage. Or maybe... Now, one thing that is a bit confusing, that I found at least a bit confusing when thinking about this, is that, so there's a 2 in this column, right? So then there's a 2 in this cage. That does not mean that there is no 1 and no 4 in this cage, or no 3, for example, because there could be a 1 or 3 or 4 in the cage if it didn't touch the 2. But what we can say is that the 2 in this cage has a 5 and a 6 next to it, because if it didn't, then there would be at least one crappie dot relationship. So we know that these 2 digits out here are 1, 3, or 4. So therefore, in these 2 cells, we have these 2 cells here. We have a 6. We could have a 3. Could have a 1. We could have a 4. If this was a 6, this would be 3 and 5. Can't have a 1 in here because 1 doesn't have a crappie relationship. Or wait, you could do 1, 2, and then anything, or 6, I suppose, and that would be 1 crappie dot for each of them because it counts as both. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that would be pretty tricky. The 6 needs to go on this side of the cage, which therefore means that the 5 needs to be on the other side of the cage, because if the 5 and 6 were adjacent to each other, then they couldn't surround the 2 and protect him. Or her, whatever the 2 wants. So I guess if this was a 4, this would be a 6, and then we couldn't do it. So this can't be a 4. If this is a 3, you could have a 6 below it, and then a 2 or 4 over here, which would work. If this is a 1, you could have a 2 there. If this is a 6, this could be a 5. But if that's a 1, 1 has no relationship with 6, so that does not work. If this is a 4, 4 has no relationship with 6, so that doesn't work. If this is a 3, 6, 5, that works. If this is a 1 or 3 and this is a 6, that does work. So I think we're down to these marks, and we know that there's a 4 in one of these two cells. So we know there's a 4 over here, I guess. If trying to think about if the row here and this zero crop key cage constrict the values that we could put into here. Like if we put 1, 2, 3 here, we need to be a little bit careful because we couldn't put a 2 in the middle. So actually we can never put a 2 in the middle there, right? Yeah, that's true. And then if we look at this one, 2, 4, 5, 6, we can't put a 5 here either for the exact same reason. If we put a 5 here, then these digits are 6, 4, 5, and the 5 will be next to either a 4 or a 6. Oh, we can't put 2 here either. Because if this is a 2, what? Oh, yeah, I did do them the wrong way. All right. So, I don't know. I don't think I could have done the 12-hour stream. Uh, if this is also a 2, then this will still be a 1 or 3. It doesn't matter if it's in between. It's the same principle. So this also can't be a 5. So if the 5... If it's 2, then 5, 2 on top, then 5 on bottom, then this is also a 2, 5. Is that an issue? This one? I just haven't thought about it yet because there's a lot of thingies in it. We don't know that much about it. This one? Oh, yeah. Okay. 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 So, can the digit in here be consecutive or in a 1 to 2 ratio with either 5 or 6? No. We don't just have to keep the 2 away from the 4 or the 1 or the 3. we also need to keep the 5 and 6 away from their friends. So we can only do this with 1, 2, 5, and 6. Because 3 is 6's friend and 4 is 5's friend. So we need to keep the friends away from each other. So that is actually roping, and now we can fill in a lot of things. This is a 1, 6, which we can fill in. 6, 1, 2, no 2, which means there is a 2 up there, which means this is a 5, this is a 2, this is not a 5. I think I just want to delete all my corner marks here. Very true, Chameleon. Not in terms of real life, but in terms of Sudoku. Please let 5 C4. It's been so long. So now we know that down here we definitely have a 1 and a 5. And we could have a 3 or 4. So none of those have black crop key relationships. Therefore, we need to make a black crop key relationship between either this digit and this digit, or these 2 digits. But 1 and 2 doesn't work, and 2 and 4 doesn't work, so the only thing that's left is 6 and 3. And there is no 6 in the other cells, so this has to be a 6. Which gives us a 4 there. This is 2 and 6. This is a 1, 6, 5, 2. One of these 2 has to be a 3. Don't know which one. Well, that can't be a 4 now because there's a 4 in the column. Let me think here. So if row 4, column 4, right, okay, so how do we include a white dot relationship in this cage? It has to be 4, 5. 3, 4 won't work because there is a 3, 4 in the row, so we can't do 3 and 4. So it has to be 4 and 5. Therefore, this is a 3. This is a 4. So one of these 2 was 3. Now it's not this one because of that. So this one is a 3. And that one's a 4. These are not 3s. Stop doing that. Please stop doing that. Could be 5, 6, you're right. The worst part about that is that I suggested that clue. At least that part of the clue. Oh. and just missed it myself. All right, so it could be 5, 6, but we can't have a 3 there because then we wouldn't have a 4 and we couldn't have a 5, 6. So why on earth did I suggest that? Because I don't even know what this does now. um, right, okay, so this... sorry. I had a thought, and then the puzzles are going well, but I am dying, I think. Um, puzzles are very good. I think I am just too tired to appreciate them. Um, can row 2, column 4 be 5? Well, if it was a 5, then this would be a 1, 3, and one of them would touch the 2 above it. So it can't be 5. Row 3, column 6 is a 6 because there's already a 6. Oh, you can't, you can repeat digits and cages. Black dot in the cage. Oh. Well, yeah, if this isn't a 3, we literally said like 6 times, I'm pretty sure, that one of these two is a 3, so this has to be a 3. So that's a 4, which means there is a 4 in here. And a 2. And this is 1, 3, 5. But how does that help? Why is this so hard? I suggested it. It should be plain to me if it was something that I was like, "Oh yeah, you could do this." Right? That seems like it should be plain to you if you thought of it on the spot. When you weren't tired though. Now I'm referring to myself in the third person. This is getting worse and worse as the puzzle goes on. In terms of me, not the puzzle. The puzzle's great. Good puzzle, Chameleon. So let's think about this. Okay, wait. If this is a 4, no. Oh, that is okay. This is not me. This is 100% Chameleon, and this is beautiful. If this is a 6, we know that the 5 and the 6 are like opposite each other in this cage because they can't be next to each other. But then you would have to do this, and then the 5 would be trapped between these two 6s. So this cannot be a 6. This has to be a 6, which is just wild. So then this is now a 6, and this is a 2, and this is a 2, and this is a 4, and that's not a 4. And now this isn't 1, 3, so it has to be a 5. I'll look at your point in a second, bookworm. This is not a 3 now. That's not a 5. That's not a 5. Okay, so what about, what if, no. row 2, column 5. Oh, yeah. That's a good way to state it too. Yeah, that's the same thing. Um, oh, now if this is a 5, then there's no 4, which is not possible. Because either the 4 is next to the 5, or the 5 is next to 6. But now you can't have the 5 next to 6, and because if you have the 5 next to the 6, then the 4 is next to the 5, and then you've got 2 differences of 1 instead of 1, so you can't put the 4 next to the 5. It will make 2 differences rather than 1. So you need to put the 5 next to the 6, and the 4 cannot be involved in it at all. Right, okay. What a roller coaster of deductions there. Beautiful. Because if this was a 4, then there would be 2 white dots. So it can't be a 4. And this now can't be a 3, so that's a 1. That's a 3. That is a 3. That's a 1. That's a 3. 5 goes there, and that's a 1. And that is a really, really nice puzzle. Lots of really cool deductions in there. I wish I was awake to see it. All right, I think I'm done. I would love to do more, but I don't think I'm actually capable at this moment. I had a really bad sleep, unfortunately. Otherwise, I think I could have gone for maybe a couple more hours. Yeah, have a good one, guys, and hopefully we can stream next weekend and do more of this, and hopefully it's published by then, so more streamers will be doing the Caterpillar, and we should be able to see lots of Caterpillar action. If you are a streamer who wants to stream the Caterpillar, then please reach out. I think we'll have a streamer package or something with all the lists of the pings and links to channel and stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, have a good one. Take care. Bye, everyone.